Reminder, this meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act and policies of the federal government. Hanford Advisory Board rules as to provide policy-level advice and recommendations concerning site-specific issues such as cleanup activities and environmental restoration, waste and nuclear fuels management and disposition, excess facilities, future land use and long-term stewardship, risk management and communications. I appreciate your attendance today and look forward to the Hanford Advisory Board's Public Involvement and Communications Committee development and submission of constructive, actionable policy-level advice on the Hanford cleanup. And thank you for your presence today and look forward to a constructive meeting. Back to you, Ruth.
All right. So as a matter of disclosure, we record committee meetings and we are recording today's meeting. And I've also got the transcript feature on. You won't see that on your screen. I did hide it because it can be a little distracting. But know that this meeting is being recorded. Jeff.
Good morning. We still have some people filtering in, so
Yes, we do.
hopefully we can get them all on the boat here before we get shove off. All right, well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to our Public Involvement Communications Committee meeting. We're trying something new, having this during committee week. We'll be curious to hear any feedback we have on whether this is the preferred way to do it or whether you do prefer to have it the same week as full. You know, this is for two reasons. One, because we wanted to give the board time to read the advice that we're going to try to get through the committee today, rather than have it be the night before a full board meeting. So that's really the big one. The other one is because we have this opportunity with COVID where under the old way of doing things, having the PIC meeting the day prior to the full board meeting was seen as a way to encourage people to come to the PIC meetings because they are open to all. The thought was that if people were in town anyway for a full board meeting, we might get some people to come a little early. Obviously that paradigm didn't really fit right now, so it gave us this opportunity. So again, we'll see how it all works. Today, we, as I said, are going to be going through a piece of advice that has been percolating for quite some time, and hopefully passing it out of committee today, making whatever changes need to happen. There was a draft that went out with the meeting invite, and it was revised recently by the issue manager team to try to slim it down a bit and focus it. So hopefully people have had time to read that. We'll be talking about it. We're also going to have our standard items of going over the public involvement calendar. There are some events going on, and a Hanford Live event is coming up. Ecology is trying some new things in terms of public involvement, and I think that's a really interesting opportunity for us to see how it's developing and see if anything comes up in our minds as really one of the intended recipients of all of this and participants in it. We'll have open forum. I'll give you all an update of what came out of the leadership workshop and what that can mean for our direction and priorities going forward. We do have some items that I would call agency pull. So there's, HAB push and agency pull, and there are some items this year that are being brought to us where advice and perspective is actively being sought. So that gives us an opportunity, but also a challenge where we're going to have to probably do some homework in between the meetings and try to answer the call, if you will. So before we get into the public involvement calendar and I guess the meeting summary as well, I wanted to start off with a round robin perspective gathering question. These are really just coming out of my head every meeting. So if people have ideas for future round robin questions that you think would be interesting, or that where you just want to hear what other people think, please let me know. The one for this meeting that I'd like people to reflect on relates to media coverage of Hanford. Given that we are related to public involvement and communications, it seemed like it was in our wheelhouse. But also, there's been a lot in the media about Hanford lately. Ones that speak to me most recently would be the leak of tank B109, and then the various conversations that happened around that. There's the ongoing question about how high-level waste is going to be addressed on the site, the overall big picture tank treatment mission and where we're going and what we're doing. There's a lot of, I'll call it like site level news and the goings on at the site, issues with workers and what have you that people may find interesting. So the question I have for you is, how does media coverage affect the Hanford cleanup? And do you have any perceptions of whether it's changed at all during COVID? I'll open it up to see if there are any volunteers to go first. And if there aren't, I'll jump in. All right, here we go. Again, this is when we do these questions, we are starting with PIC members. And then if there are any board members who are not formally on the PIC but want to chime in, love to hear from you. Just put yourself in queue. And if there's anybody who's not on the HAB who is supporting the meeting but has a perspective, as far as I'm concerned, you're welcome to add your perspective. So, all right. Media at Hanford. I check the Tri-City Herald daily because there's usually something in there, and it helps me to understand the ways in which opinion plays into the cleanup. Occasionally, I'll learn something I didn't know before, which is always fun. Occasionally, I'll even see Hanford articles in my local paper in Salem. And so there can be some of those bigger stories that echo round the nation. And to me, that implies that there is interest and care about Hanford that has a pretty wide geographic range. In terms of the role of the media, especially with the latest B109 example, I think it amplifies the situation enough to create what's been known as a crisis window of opportunity, where it opens something up for a conversation that had maybe been on the back burner or not brought to the fore. And when it creates that crisis window, it takes the temperature of all the, well, I wouldn't say all, but many of the various voices around a particular issue. And I find that valuable to see where opinions range on any particular topic that is brought into focus. One thing I wish we had more of is the comments section when we have news articles. And I know that some people may go, oh no, you don't want that. But I really do like to see how these news articles are received and what the feedback is from people who maybe aren't as close to the issues. And whenever I go to a Tri-City Herald article, I go and check the comment section, and there's only ever one or two comments, maybe. I always find that kind of disappointing, and I wonder why that is. Because I am hungry for whatever conversations there are about Hanford, especially if they come from outside of our bubble. With some issues, the media, I think, can make it hard to figure out what's true, what's real, that you do have a lot of people who have different beliefs about what is true going on at Hanford, and they all get amplified in their way. And so it's hard to figure out, well, what is the true thread? It can be hard sometimes to know who the audience is for a particular media story. Is the audience the local Tri-Cities community? Is it the state? Is it congressional delegation? And does that change what the message is there? Part of me wonders if all of the media coverage of Hanford and the extreme media interest in Hanford might have kind of an ironic effect where it might make information harder to get sometimes as members of the Hanford Advisory Board, out of a concern of how information might then become amplified and taken out of context. And that's kind of an unfortunate side effect, maybe. So I don't know, just some random thoughts. As far as whether it's changed under COVID, I do wonder, and I said this back 2 PIC meetings ago. I wonder if when the hallway talk disappeared and these abilities to have just more conversations about Hanford in rooms together around tables, if the media became a surrogate for kind of the power discussions and the arguments and the attempts to convince one another around a table, if the media has replaced some of that function. And I don't know if it's just COVID or if there are other, the rise of social media in general that's led to that. But jury's still out for me on whether that's a net benefit or detractor for Hanford. So just some thoughts. I'm curious if anyone else has perspective to lend. Ruth, do you have a list? Can we?
I have the committee list if you want me just to dance down that. And I know we've got some folks with us who aren't officially on the committee, but would, welcome their thoughts as well.
Sure.
Steve Anderson, did you get back on?
I did.
I'm going alphabetically, so.
No worries. Yeah, still as guest. Haven't figured out how to get the last name on there, but no, I think you really touched on it, Jeff, quite well. My thoughts were the out-of-town perspective. Being a local in Tri-City and here, there definitely is a certain flavor to what gets publicized in the newspaper. But yeah, I think COVID has kind of dampened a lot of very important subjects to almost the background. It seems like there for a while it was very quiet as to, there just wasn't much site activity, and that was the case for a lot of places. But I do feel there's a certain sense of normalcy coming back around, which is good, and it's obviously an important element to keep in front of folks in here. But no, I thought you stated my thoughts when I initially said I wanted to talk, and you hit them also. Thanks.
Okay, let's see. Jeff already is. Shelley with us? Shelley Simone? Don't see her on the list this morning. Shannon Cram. Tom Galeotto. Dory Gilmore. Dory, are you with us today? She was with us yesterday. Larry Haler. Alex Clemente. Susan Leckband. Liz, I know you're here. What are you thinking?
Good morning. I think at its best, media attention on Hanford can make things safer and get issues out in the open that are otherwise hard to get attention on, especially around whistleblowers. And it's not always a comfortable presence. And I know there's a lot of controversy around like deal with all the bad things like quietly, or deal with all the bad things loudly so that it gets dealt with. And kind of regardless of where you sit on it, it has made a difference in stopping things that should not have progressed, or getting attention about fraud cases, and kind of putting that public eye, getting the public's attention focused on things that need to be fixed. It can function as that piece of accountability and transparency when that's not being achieved by the federal government in its communications with the public and the regulators. I think in its worst, it can create a lot of divisiveness, which, definitely with the high level waste editorials that were going back and forth. Obviously there's like strategy and communication. I'm sure lots of people thinking through like, how do we present this in the best way possible to get the outcome we want? But I think in the absence of our in-person meetings and our ability to build relationships, it can just create a lot of misunderstanding and reduction of issues from the complexity that they have. And that can be really damaging to getting to solutions that work when there's just a lot of mudslinging happening. It doesn't really promote an environment for building understanding, which I think is really important, or building that environment that encourages inquiry and asking questions, and having the assumption that kind of best intent, giving people the benefit of the doubt. And another piece of media coverage that I think is important is public awareness of Hanford, and which is also tricky because there's so much out there. I think it can also be overwhelming for people to see what's out. Just being able to get those Hanford stories, it's covered locally more than it is nationally, unless there's a big issue or something that hits national media. And I do think it has, under COVID, there have been less Hanford stories and less coverage. And I think we've heard that from reporters that, they even have, it's COVID first, and then if there's room, they can do other stories. But I think it has affected, how widely information has gotten out there. So that was my thought. And I don't know, Ruth, if you have the participant list just on what's this called? Microsoft Teams, but that might be easier than our list, because I know there's probably a bunch of people not here today, but whatever's easier.
Yeah, no, I have printed out on old-fashioned paper in front of me the membership list for the committee. So I was just running down that instead of the who's logged in. So I didn't see Jerry Paulette logged in. Tom Cecilia, what are you thinking about media and Hanford?
It's an interesting question. I think that when we don't have the ability to talk in person, all the information that comes out is from official releases to media or media stories. And so you miss a lot of nuance, and there aren't there's nowhere to really have a conversation. It's just sort of, here's what the information that you're being fed is, and there's no chance to question. So I think it's important to keep, the information flowing, but it's also important that we preserve the multiple sources of information that, the HAB being one of them. Tri-City Herald obviously has a lot of information, and then for public meetings as well. And hopefully that can get back to some sense of, a two-way communication as opposed to just a one-way, which is where we are with COVID. So, sorry, it's not a very eloquent way to say it, but it's early and I haven't had enough coffee.
All right. I've got 3 more on the committee list, and then I want to go to other HAB folks and agency folks. Dan Solitz, what do you think about the media and Hanford, how it interacts with Hanford cleanup?
Good morning. Well, I don't see a lot in the media except for social media, and most of what I see is produced by the Washington Department of Ecology and Hanford, the DOE. I really enjoyed the Hanford history that the Department of Ecology put on. I thought that was really well done and very well attended. I think those kinds of things give a lot of depth to people's understanding of where it came from, and as they continue that series, I think it'll help a lot in helping people understand what's there and what needs to be done about what's there. The response on the rest of the social media, on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, there just isn't a lot to the DOE and Washington Department of Ecology postings, and so I think it's still a good thing to do. I'm wondering if it couldn't be done in a different way that would garner more responses. I'm not quite sure how you do that. I think it's important to keep doing, and it's important that I don't know. I don't read the Tri-Cities area paper, and so I don't know what's going on with that. But I'm glad they're there, and I'm glad there are reporters keeping an eye on what's going on in Hanford. And a lot of those reporters are young and leave the Tri-City area and go to other areas, so they carry that knowledge with them. I think that's a good thing. I think it's. I was a member of the Oregon United Nations Association, the Lane United Nations Association. We always had a saying that with program you get membership. So you've got to keep getting your program, your story out there, or to at least keep the membership you have, if not increase membership. And so it's important to do, and I think it's important to struggle with figuring out how to do it better. Anyway, those are my humble thoughts.
Thank you. Dan Strom, are you with us? I didn't see his name. Okay, the last one I have on the membership list is Amber. Amber, what are you thinking?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate what everybody was saying. You know, I was very involved when I was on the board, gosh, 15 years ago, and working for Heart of America Northwest, and I read all the papers and kept up with everything. Now that I've come back to the board, it's been interesting reading about Hanford from just more of an observer perspective in the last several years. In Spokane, there is occasional Hanford coverage, and I think that's good, because to Liz's point, if there's not coverage about Hanford, maybe warts and all, it's not going to be in the minds of leaders, community members throughout Washington, Oregon, to continue to work. This is like, this is multiple generations of work to clean up Hanford. So I think the more coverage, the better. Although I would say, usually what gets picked up in the Spokane media is lawsuits, some of the negative. because that's what, media tends to want to talk about conflict. But to Liz's point, I mean, sometimes you need to get that information out there. I would love to see more information about the work of the Hanford Advisory Board and the positive members of our communities across Oregon and Washington working together to, push this forward as community engaged citizens. So, that type of framework would be helpful, I think, as well. Overall, I do believe that during the pandemic here, it's just almost everything that used to be out there in the media and kind of touch points for community conversation, even here in Spokane, just at a local government level, it's so quiet. Usually there's discussions about streetscape changes and, what's going on with business, what's going on in neighborhoods, and everything is just such a different, the whole media landscape has changed to focus on the pandemic and how do we recover and get through this. So, it probably would, if the tri-party agencies, wanted to get more media, connect the story to the pandemic, how we're getting through it, health, human health, and environmental health. So, I think there's ways to keep it in the news, and it's important. And Jeff, it's an interesting topic because I don't think if we hadn't had the media coverage years ago that we'd be where we are. So the media plays a huge role in driving public awareness about Hanford. Thanks.
Thanks, Amber.
Right.
I want to reflect on one thing you said, they're not covering enough of the positive work that we're doing together to promote Hanford. And I guess my response would be maybe we just need to do more newsworthy work together to promote positive change at Hanford.
Well, and we're working on some advice today. So there you go.
There you go.
Jerry, I saw you just joined us. We're doing sort of a round robin reflection on how does media coverage affect Hanford cleanup, and has it been different during COVID? Do you have thoughts on that question? Those questions?
I think I better just listen for a bit. Sorry to be joining late from my other meeting.
All right. Let's see. I danced through the list of official members. We've got Angela and Jacob on. They're also HAB members. Angela, Jacob, do either of you want to jump in with some thoughts here?
Hi, this is Jacob. If I can jump in. To me, media coverage distorts the priorities for good or bad. And I see it distort both ways, but embarrassment for the media causes action. And sometimes that action is really good action. Sometimes it's causes people to worry about the bee buzzing around their head, but not the sleeping bear by their feet. And so there are pros and cons to it. And but the media is what it is. I mean, this is an interesting discussion, but I think it would be a negative if we tried to control the reporters out there. So it is what it is.
Angela, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, hi, good morning. Thanks. This is a really interesting discussion. I think starting with COVID, I think COVID, like so many, has created so many, it's just highlighted things that are missing or fractures or problems that are already existing and kind of magnified it. And I feel that way about coverage in the media about Hanford, that it's been taken over by COVID. But it's also, I think, partly just because Hanford is like a bit of a bubble, like somebody already mentioned. And, I was involved with and followed Hanford issues fairly closely for 7 or 8 years. And now that I'm not actively daily or weekly involved in it, I see almost no coverage. It doesn't come across any of the news sources that I read or listen to. Notably missing in the agricultural paper that I read religiously every week. So I think that there's a question of who the coverage reaches and why would we care about reaching those people. I think that it's really, Hanford is such a complicated issue that it could benefit from more public involvement, but I think it's hard for people to understand and engage, especially just everybody's busy. I think we need that public involvement, and I think that unless there's a conscious effort to reach out and engage key communities like the agricultural community or people in the Northwest, I think that those people won't be reached. And I'm not really sure that, Hanford being such a complex technical issue, the question is who would that really benefit if there was more effort to bring people on? And I think when you expand an issue out towards a broader community, it complicates it. When you keep it contained, it simplifies it and narrows it down to a more technical question. And Hanford is certainly a technical challenge, so there's benefits to keeping it more contained. But at the same time, I think there'd be broader trust and understanding and benefit to the cleanup process if it were expanded out to key communities who are affected and to the general public. So I think increased media coverage and simpler terms would be helpful. I'm just not sure that benefits any of the parties involved in cleanup. So I don't see that happening.
Angela, if I can, I really like this perspective that you're bringing in. That it's almost like right now we have these pillars of information sources. Annette Carey's a big one, right? The Tri-City Herald is one, and we've got the various big social media pillars as well. But there are all these other ways in which people get their news. The ag paper that you were talking about, I think that's a great example. And it makes you wonder, okay, so how would you get more Hanford news into a paper like that? Do we need to be reaching out to more diverse media outlets to try to get them interested? So are we trying to push news? Do we need to have the pillars be expressing better why these multiple communities should care? Or do the individual communities need to kind of come to Hanford and figure out, why should I care about this? I'm just trying to figure out, like, how do you reach out there?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'm not sure, who the we is here that reaches out. But I think because it is such an important issue that we can't leave it up to communities who are affected, like the agricultural community or environmental groups, to come and figure out why they should care about Hanford. I feel like that's a responsibility, of the cleanup agencies or the regulators, probably, to engage people in those discussions. But I think right now it is speaking, Hanford coverage speaks to those who are already engaged with and understand Hanford issues. And to the extent that there's agreement that broader engagement would be beneficial, then I think you could discuss outreach strategies. But I think until there's agreement that broader outreach would be beneficial, it's hard to see how it would happen.
I think as long as it's entertaining, people will find it beneficial to their lives. So I've now thought about Forbes magazine. Here's a magazine that's mostly interested in financial issues, and for who knows why, they have a shockingly large number of articles about Hanford. And the real reason why is they have a commentator who writes very well, who likes to write about Hanford, James Conca, who used to live in this community. And, my guess is because you have they found an interested party who writes well, and so they keep publishing his articles. And because it's written well, people are entertained by it, and they keep reading it, and that keeps their subscription base up. So I'm not sure exactly what my point is, but to point out that the media likes things when they become entertaining. And so if we want to get more media attention, I think we need to figure out how to make Hanford entertaining.
Let me suggest that we check in with the TPA agencies and then circle back to Emmett and Jerry, who came in a little bit after we started this round robin discussion, so they have time to collect any thoughts they want to share. Ginger, you're in queue. What are you thinking?
Good morning, everyone. Well, I think Liz mentioned it, and we all know that Annette Carey was basically directed to prioritize COVID. But I want to point out that Annette kind of had been missing from a lot of meetings, including full HAB meetings, for a while before COVID started. And my understanding is the Tri-City Herald has exactly 3 reporters now, and our editorial staff is actually in Boise. So our paper is hurting. But another thing that sometimes feels like the contractors, just the media presence of the DOE and the contractors, because the contractors can run full page ads about their participation in the United Way campaign or things like that. A lot of times I feel like, gosh, you guys, did you even, try to call us and ask our opinion on this article? And they don't. So I worry that sometimes things are very one-sided. We are happy, my management is perfectly happy to participate in telling stories and sharing information and concerns and kudos as well. But oftentimes they don't even call us for stories. And so that's frustrating. Angela, I want to know what paper you're referring to, because I've been here for 20 years now, and when I started, the advice was do not mention farms and Hanford in the same sentence. And that was our absolute, because the farmers did not want people to know that their products were in any proximity to Hanford, because people can spin out of control and worry about things unnecessarily. So I'd like to know what paper you're referring to, and I think we would love to get press that talks about we are near these communities, and for me, I like reaching out to those communities and reminding them that their children may have really great future jobs at Hanford, because cleanup is going to be going on for a while. So that's the connection that I make when I do outreach for the local small farming communities around here. But I'm curious specifically about the paper you're referencing.
Yeah, thanks for the question. The paper that we read is called The Capital Press, and it covers agricultural issues in the Pacific Northwest and California. And I think you're absolutely right. I think the farming community is loath to hear anything about Hanford waste cleanup in the same sentence as farming. But these are not small communities. The economic driver of agriculture in Eastern Washington, and especially the Columbia River Basin, is enormous. It's huge business. It's huge to the economy. And, I think you're absolutely right with all the wineries there, the hay that gets shipped all over the world, the potatoes, you name it. It's a huge economy. And I think that the farming community would prefer to pretend that Hanford doesn't exist. But I also find it curious that as a strategy too by the farming community. My husband and I had an agricultural business and bought farm products from the Columbia River Basin for 25 years. So I'm kind of I'm familiar with it, and I think that, it would be a benefit to the farming community to be aware and involved rather than just kind of, an avoidance strategy. But again, you can only encourage them so much, and I certainly understand their desire to just, kind of not associate with anything to do with Hanford.
Well, to follow on that, and this is something that this just popped into my head, but, for all of you on the HAB, if you have a local paper or, be it a commercial paper, or the Tri-Cities now has something called Tumbleweird, it's our equivalent to The Stranger or The Weekly, I think, I can't speak for DOE, but I think that we would be happy, and I'm sure DOE would be happy, if you wanted to write an opinion piece with our support or the support of our SMEs to try and get into one of your local papers, just as, Jim Conca has done often with the Herald or the Forbes pieces. I'm sure that we would love to support you. And if you're already a regular reader or subscriber to those, I would think that they would be, absolutely happy to print your work. So I think just let's kind of put that out there as a thing that we could all think about in the future.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you.
Let's check in. Ryan, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna turn my camera here. I think everybody did a pretty good job describing things. Coming from my perspective, because I handle a lot of our agency's social media, I appreciate Dan's comments about the Let's Talk About Hanford, and of course I'll be talking about that a little later. Since I started working here, I've been definitely trying to get more engagement and stuff on our posts, and it's picked up a lot more than what it was, which is encouraging, and we're definitely trying a lot more things to get more comments and engagements, such as the video. So it's definitely good to see some of that improving, and of course we'll be touching on that later. And I also help my boss Randy back up the media inquiries and stuff when he's out, or I just help him with current inquiries. And it's definitely been a noticeable drop off, I think, in my opinion, since COVID started, because like previously said by Ginger and Jeff and others, that COVID took priority for a lot of reporters, where they were directed to definitely focus on COVID, and we definitely saw more Hanford coverage on just the big flashy kind of topics, like the leaking tank, and back right before COVID hit with when, Ecology issued our penalty to energy. So that's definitely where we see a lot more of the widespread coverage, is a lot more of the big Hanford things. So I think it's a priority that we're trying to still share more about Hanford, and not just, getting media coverage on the big things that happen. It's something we're trying to do to get the word out there more about our other work that we do. So it's definitely a work in progress, but I think we're making some moves in some different areas, which is encouraging.
All right. Any reflection from EPA?
Hi, good morning, everyone. To be quite frank, since I'm still rather new, I don't have enough experience with this matter. Also, since I'm not in the the Hanford area yet, but from what I've seen so far, I definitely agree and echo with some of the earlier sentiments of COVID taking more priority on the headlines, and the social media material that's provided out there. So yeah, that's all I have for now.
That's all right. Listening is also a good thing.
I would be curious, and I won't ask you to answer, but I'd be curious, if you're coming in kind of new to Hanford specifically, I would imagine that media might have been one of the ways in which you learned about Hanford. Like, what am I even getting into? I would just be real curious to know what that experience was like for you, using the media as a learning tool, if you were in fact doing it that way. But just curious.
Could you repeat the question one more time? Sorry, we cut off for a second.
Did you use the media as a learning tool for yourself coming in and trying to understand, well, what's even going on at Hanford? And what was that experience like for you?
I did, and like I try to take the media through like bits and pieces of various aspects if possible, just so I can get a more broader understanding and not be too biased on uh, what's going on in the local ground, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks.
Oh, DOE, perspectives from DOE. Anyone?
Hi, this is Gary. And some of the conversation about getting the word out is kind of an age-old issue. You work hard to come up with good stories and good information, and you send it out, but you don't always really know who's getting it, their reaction, and stuff like that, because there is the lack of that feedback. So you don't know if your stories and your messages are resonating, or if they're winding up in the recycled paper box before you even go to the third page of a paper. So I'm listening to a lot of the conversation, and this is actually something that I was looking at doing before I became the federal coordinator with the HAB. I was working on our external engagement team, wrestling with this very same issue of how do we increase information or information outlets about Hanford, because you're right, there's a lot of people who work out at Hanford and have business with Hanford, but there's probably within the Tri-Cities area an awful lot of people who really have no clue what Hanford is. And so you do have that bubble of those who know Hanford and those who have heard of Hanford but really don't know what it is. So I think that, which is also why we've got a proposed item on the work plan, is how does the HAB get out and work on this? So I think, Jeff, that this is a great primer to that, get those creative juices flowing. Maybe having the board write a quarterly letter to the editor. This is what we've done in the past few months. This is what we're looking at in the next few months. That might be an option. I think that just talking about the issue recognizes that there is an issue, and then you start coming up with ways to solve that issue. So I think this is a good conversation to start off with.
Right. I have Ryan in queue, and then I want to circle back around to Emmett and Jerry before we wrap this up. Ryan and Tom. Okay, Ryan.
Yeah, I actually just wanted to echo what Gary kind of said with that bubble around Hanford. Just to offer my own perspective, my family moved up to the Selah, Washington area over in, or actually back about 2007, and so I finished going to school in high school in Selah, and going through my history classes and stuff, we never really touched on Hanford at all, and I never really knew much about it apart from maybe seeing a couple big things in the news. But and then I went to Kansas for college, and I worked in Oklahoma for a number of years as a reporter, and then I moved back to this job. But I think Ginger could echo this as well, but there's just so many schools even outside of our Tri-Cities bubble that just they don't know about Hanford, and that's what's kind of discouraging, is there's just so many people that just don't know about it, especially in our own state, and that's a big priority for I know ecology with our outreach. When Ginger used to go out and do a lot of outreach before COVID, we're just trying to reach more schools and definitely just spread that word about just what the heck Hanford is, and that's one of our efforts behind our online conversations we're doing, which again I'll touch on. And I just wanted to add another note on social media is it's also interesting work in the social media realm, because you're also sometimes at the whim of social media day to day, and it's just just as a side note, it's kind of interesting to see what posts kind of take off sometimes. Like the last month or two, a lot of my nature posts have taken off more so than they usually do, and you just get the weird tweet or Facebook post that gets way more attention than ones that you think would get more attention. So it's just interesting to work in that kind of realm and see how things work.
Thank you. Tom, Cecilia, and then we'll check in with Jerry and Emmett. Tom?
Sort of a tangent. Gary's quarterly editorial idea made me think of the HAB annual reports. And I'm wondering, is that in the facilitation contract, the new one?
Yes,
Okay.
it is. It was in the old one and it is in the new one. It's been in there for a lot of years.
Okay, that might be, sort of an executive summary of that report might be a good sort of outreach of what did we do, that thing.
All right. So Jerry and Emmett, you came in after we sort of started this conversation. Do either of you want to share your thoughts before we wrap this up?
I would start with remembering this. Hanford is newsworthy because of risk. And number two, if there was no news coverage of Hanford, you wouldn't receive $2 billion a year from Congress. It's that simple. And if there was no reporting, there'd be no incentive and prioritization by the Northwest Congressional Delegation and elected officials to prioritize obtaining and protecting $2 billion a year. You might have one member of Congress who has a local jobs program, but that's not going to get you $2 billion a year. And the third thing I would point out is that really great reporting has led to really important information breakthroughs for all of us concerned about Hanford. I'll point out that the leakage of double shell tank wasn't revealed by the Department of Energy and contractors. It was King 5 News working with whistleblowers that revealed it and exposed how repeatedly staff was told to reset the alarms and change the basically the standards for what counted as potential leak. That is the role of news media, and it's essential. And unfortunately, reporters these days do not have the time and support to submit Freedom of Information Act requests and go through records and to spend time meeting with people, and they rely on other people to do it or whistleblowers. And I think it's just really important to remember that even this meeting is a forum when there's something newsworthy that might be worth covering for a reporter to be able to observe and spend time or go back and view the meeting video or notes on. And just having the forum is important. Annette Carey used to be, monitor these meetings and would learn quite a bit and report on it. And we don't have that luxury anymore because newsrooms are shrinking, and we have to do the work of preparing and presenting news and doing the digestion of hundreds of pages of FOIA documents, et cetera, and helping reporters to be able to pitch a story to editors and make that investment in time.
Thank you. Emmett, did you figure out how to unmute?
Yes, I did.
There you are.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity. But, again, I like the comments I heard, I particularly liked the quarterly advice, and going out. The other thing, it'd be interesting if we could provide summary of some of our advice through that process. I never knew about Forbes magazines. I wonder if they have, I'm sure they have affiliates that they also reach out to, but do we have a list of maybe friendly magazines or outlets or, that report on Hanford? Do we have information that goes to them on a quarterly basis, or, when we have our meetings? The other part of the outreach, I think is really important. Is the reaching out to the schools. So, if you think about reaching out to the schools and making presentations to them, those students are, what, 18 years? You can vote in this country at what age? 18, right? And then they go from there, they become our ambassadors. If senior in high school goes to college or goes to a trade school, they end up out working out here. They learn more about us, and they can then become our ambassadors. If something negative comes out or something comes out, well, they're in a better position to talk intelligently about what goes on here. So planting a seed early in the schools is real important, because those are the people that eventually are going to become workers, or are going to be taking our place out here at Hanford and on the boards and in the boardrooms of CEOs or places of corporations, that type of thing. So thank you for the time. And thanks for bringing that quarterly up, Gary.
All right, Jeff. I suggest what did you hear, and we can move on. I'm just looking at the clock. I'm sorry.
No, I understand. I did want to do a last check. Was there anyone who didn't get a chance to speak who would like to? Okay. Yeah, I took a lot of notes as people were talking. I don't know, recap it all. I think there was a common theme about the COVID has changed things, and often it seemed like the change was to either take over or dampen the ability to spread Hanford stories and talk about Hanford. I like the comment about that what we really need is the ability to build an environment to understand complexity, and that we need to make sure or try to prevent the story, the over story of Hanford from losing the complexity that is actually so important for these decisions that are being made, as well as giving ourselves and others benefit of the doubt when we compare our perspectives. Jacob's remarks about how the media distorts priorities, I would agree with that. It's that kind of crisis window, and what do you do with it? I'm curious what people would consider the sleeping bear to be. If we're focusing on the fly around our head, what are those sleeping bear stories, or what are those stories that we wish were being told but aren't? You've got 9,000 people out on the site. There've got to be all kinds of stories. And you've got just so many decisions and so many. This is a long cleanup. There's so many stories out there. What are the ones we wish we were covering? But that's a topic for another day. This idea of needing to reach more people and more people in diverse outlets is one that we have talked about before and we'll keep coming back around to. I'd be curious to know what the hit count is on those Forbes articles. Are they getting a lot of readership compared to their normal financial news? I think that would be an interesting metric. Jerry, your point about, risk equals interest equals funding for cleanup, I think is a good one to keep in mind, that there is some truth to all of that, as well as this idea kind of that the new structure means that we, the members of the public, the Hanford stakeholders, we're kind of doing the beat work now, where we are trying to sift through the information and figure out, okay, what is the stuff that is important to rise up, rather than having as many people drilling into Hanford and looking for those stories, that there needs to be a little bit of bubbling up to the top. And maybe we need to be thinking about that. This idea of, should the HAB itself be a media outlet of sorts? That's an interesting question. One maybe we ought to think about and talk about a little bit. I could see arguments on either side of it. I kind of like the idea of even just using an annual opportunity to say, what did the HAB do and what does the HAB see? That could be an interesting opportunity. And then the question becomes, should that be a consensus product? I would argue, yeah, probably. So yeah, lots of thoughts. I'm sure I've left some off, and I apologize for that. But as Liz was telling me earlier, the conversation is the product, and I'm glad that we were able to do that. So with that, let's move on to our committee's business for the day, starting with the March meeting summary. I'd like to open it up and see if there are any comments on the draft that was sent out.
Oh, no, not the draft advice, the draft meeting summary. Sorry. Too many documents.
And we spent a lot of that last meeting, if you recall, talking about the EM site-specific advisory board charges. And so as a result, the notes are probably not as in the weeds maybe, or in depth as other ones we might have had in the past. And a lot of the focus was on our round robin from last time. But anyway, enough of that. Does anyone have any comments?
It looks like Liz has some improvement to the attendee list.
And you might want to pull it up, Bruce, because that's all the people I remember. I'm pretty sure we did the committee leadership selection at that meeting, right?
Yeah, it's in the top in the announcements.
Oh, it is. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure Susan Coleman was there because she was one of the potential, wasn't she on that one? Dan Solitz was there. There's just a lot of people. Like Jeff isn't on the list. You might just want to take, I don't know that we'll get everyone just in thinking about it. Or if this is, it just makes me wonder if this is if this is from this meeting, or you might, I don't know if it's possible to go, oh yeah, do you even have those files anymore?
That would be one of the challenges of the transition. I don't have any electronic files from the last contract.
That's my list of who I remember being there or is explicitly mentioned in the summary, but is not there. And I went back and forth and did that. So if you and Jerry, I wasn't sure if you're at that meeting, or Amber. If you're at the meeting today, you're at the meeting in March and your name's not on here, you should let Ruth know.
Yeah. Part of the reason we ask people to sign in is because it's unfortunately easier to miss people online. The new system we're using and the way it's tracking things has some better guardrails so that we don't miss things like was happening in the past. But this summary is a partial casualty of the transition. So I really appreciate people letting us know who was there so we can at least in hindsight make it a little bit better.
I'm seeing just so
you know, I think I was on for a piece of time for the committee meetings in March, and
Okay.
there was, I think,
Josh?
3 committee meetings that I joined for an hour or hour and a half, 45 minutes to an hour.
Joshua, that's Jerry Paulette speaking. So we can. Dan Solitz, what's on your mind?
Oh, just the list of attendees. I'm having trouble with the software on both my Androids being able to send any kind of messages, all including signing in. So I'm assuming I was left off because I was unable to sign in, and I'm unable to sign in today also on both my machines.
Yeah, the nice thing about Teams is there's a better attendance tracking feature. So you're actually showing up in what we're going to pick up on the recording, so that it'll be in more accurate.
Okay. Are there any other comments on the notes from the March meeting? And if not, I will make a motion to approve them.
The only question I had was for the if you're an agency person, I don't know if I tried to capture who I thought was there in my list, but I don't know that I captured everyone. Like Stan Branch wasn't on the list, and obviously he was there because he's
Right. Right, and it's probably too skimpy on Gary's staff as well. Usually Dana and others are there. So yeah, Jen. So I I think I have to apologize for myself. Okay.
Okay. We'll make sure we get that attendance list firmed up. But content-wise, I'm not hearing any issues with what was there. So that's good.
This is the round robin thing. It's sideways, but it's in there.
Can you pull up where it says the election? Because I somehow missed that. Just to make sure the names were in there of who was up. Maybe I just totally missed it. Okay. Oh, great. There it is. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Ryan. And Abby, I appreciate that.
Well, given that we've got more to do today, why don't we keep moving forward?
Okay.
We have on our opening agenda whether there are any announcements, either from the agencies or members of the committee. Do a quick check on that before we move into the public involvement calendar. So any announcements? Okay.
Actually, there was one. I talked to Roberto before we started the meeting. Emmy Leha has taken a detail and will be away probably until the middle of July. Did it get that right, Roberto?
Yes. Yeah. So Emmy Laha is currently on detail over at the I think I'm gonna butcher the title, unaccompanied children program that's going on throughout the country, and she won't be back until around mid-July. And I'll be the point of contact for EPA, and Laura Bulow would be the secondary point of contact.
Thank you. If there are no other announcements, can we move into the next topic? I don't know who we've got on tap to walk us through the public involvement calendar.
Hello, Jeff. It's Dana. I'm here and ready to go if you can see me and hear me.
Yep.
There you are.
Hello. First, I'm so glad to be here. I appreciate all of you coming to join us and all the comments that were shared. As we look at the calendar, before we begin, I just want to quickly walk through for anybody who's new here how you find this calendar. If you just go to hanford.gov on any browser, the website will pop up. It holds a wealth of great information. On the bottom right hand, oh, thanks for showing that. That's wonderful. If you'll go to the bottom right hand corner by scrolling down just a little bit, you'll see the events calendar. And Jen works very hard to keep all of the public involvement materials there updated. And I update all the HAB content at the top of every month. And then if you don't mind scrolling back up to the top, Ruth, you'll see there in the bar at the very top, that's the search bar, please type in public opportunities. And that's going to bring you to a page. And that would be, just click on the first one there. Thank you. And then as you scroll down through this, Jen works very hard to keep this current. And we try to show all of the comment periods. And then you'll see the TPA calendar there at the bottom. And some people prefer to use that. We try our best to keep this updated, but the most current updated information is always on the events calendar, but just so you know how to navigate the website and find these things. So now we just showed you where to get to this TPA calendar. And so we'll begin with the first event. We have an ongoing comment period on the Milestone 91 series. And that has to do with true waste, the shipment of true waste to the waste isolation pilot plant. And that's near in Carlsbad, New Mexico. And this would be a desire to move the schedule to begin by 2028, have most of the waste moved down there by 2040, and then have a few small, large shipments of waste go between 2040 and 2050. And that waste, it's determined that if we get 20-year half-life on that rate, 20-year half-life with that sitting over 20 years, that would be better for all involved when it comes to moving those kinds of things. So that meeting is ongoing. We have our public meeting tonight at 5:30, and we hope you'll all join us for that. And there was a request for an extension, and that request was granted to June 23rd. So are there any questions about that? All right, then let's move on to our next upcoming comment period. This one's going to be starting right up on May 24th. And this is about going to the integrated disposal facility and adding a leachate tank. This modification would, of course, be supportive of the IDF and the direct feed low activity waste. This leachate collection system allows for the disposal of mixed low-level waste in the engineering landfill. Now, the IDF has 2 disposal cells, and they include an engineered liner, and it collects the leachate. Now, leachate is a technical term, that water that comes from rain and snow melt and from the water that's sprayed for dust suppression. And it just collects all that water and protects it from getting in the groundwater. And so the leachate system consists of 2 collection units, some ancillary equipment, some piping. Each unit is about 100 feet round, 8 feet tall, and has a capacity of 375,000 gallons. And of course, all of this is the supporting construction that needs to happen, so we're ready to go for direct feed low activity waste. That comment period should conclude July 23rd, and we have a estimated public meeting date of June 24th. Are there any questions about that?
Jen, I don't have questions about that one. I did just want to back up 1 second to the N91 milestone. Because there was a Tri-City Herald article about it, I think yesterday.
I saw that this morning, yes.
Discussion. Anyway, thanks, keep going.
No, and I always appreciate that. I have always appreciated the good work Annette Carey puts in to cover Hanford accurately. And sometimes I worry what will happen when she retires. Who will pick that up? So that brings us down to the next LERF ETF public comment period, which is an ongoing string of construction projects out there. And many of you have already helped us with prior meetings. LERF is the Liquid Effluent Retention Facility. ETF is the Effluent Treatment Facility. Again, more construction that needs to happen to support direct feed low activity waste. This particular comment period, which is one of many, is to install this supplemental organic treatment system. This new system will supplement other treatment systems at ETF, and it would ensure that all the discharges of treated liquids from the facility meet all the requirements for disposal in the state-approved landfills. So are there any, we've talked about this one before, are there any questions about this? All right. Ecology's next comment period, which is a RECRA comment period. Yeah. Ginger or Ryan, would you like to speak to that one?
Yeah, I've actually got Dana on.
Oh, hi, Dana.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you being here.
I'm the winner today. So we've got two different calendars showing here. Anyway, we are talking about the second half of the class 3 for Purex. The first half of this class 3 was in, I believe, 2016. So this is to clean close the tanks TKP4 and TK40 that are outside of the Purex 202 building, 202A building. We are on schedule to start June 7th. At this point, we don't have a public meeting scheduled, but if we get requests, then we'll consider them. So that's what I have on that one.
Right. And it's our note taker is still learning voices. So that was Dana McFadden, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then that's Dana, while you're up to bat, would you mind speaking about the last one on our list?
Oh, sure, I can do that. That's an agency initiated, it's 45-day comment period for LOPS. And that is going to, well, basically what it says, it's operating details for the phase 1. And then it's going to also close the interim compliance schedule item in LOPS 1. So there's a whole slew of LOPS things going through, and this is one of the chain.
So for the new folks, LOPS, it stands for what?
Oh, low activity waste pretreatment system.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Can I ask, I thought LOPS was a facility that got abandoned in favor of Tisker. Is LOPS still a thing? I guess I was not aware.
I don't think we've had an official call on any of those things yet. I think we're still doing comment periods for, we had a Tisker one rolling, and then we still have LOPS ones going. So I don't know. I'm just the paperwork person.
Yeah, that's a little, I'm confused, I guess. I don't know what's actually what that is. So I guess we'll have to wait and see.
All right, and then our last item is our more popular meetings, our annual budget priorities meeting. Those dates have been set for July 15th through August 15th. That's a shorter comment period, just 30 days. The public meeting will be the first day of the comment period, so people can have the presentation. And just personally, I want to thank the HAB. Every year, people work very, very hard on this advice. And for a person who has held a few public meetings here and there where no one attended, when people attend and when HAB writes advice, I sincerely appreciate your hard work. And then that just brings us over to the holding bin, the class 2 for the 400 area waste management. That, let me just quickly double check that one. That one's been on hold for a while because there's no pressing urgency with this. And this is part of the ongoing decommissioning of the fast flux test facility. There's a fire protection system, all the piping up through the top of the building. In order to decommission it, that has to come out. And so that will be what that comment period is about. I think we've talked about that before. Then the class 2, the 60-day comment period for LERF ETF, yet another one. If you'll recall, some of you have participated in the comment period about adding the underground well or the catch basin 41, and then a monitoring well that goes along with this. And this comment period would adjust the groundwater management plan to include those 2 items. And then last, the class 3 for single shell tanks. And gosh, that one's been on there for at least a year that I can recall, maybe more. As we look down to the completed events, I want to compliment Ecology. You can see they've had 4 up and 4 down right in a row. And then we just recently completed the ECA on the 7 buildings that are in the 200 area tier 2 buildings. And so thank you for your participation in that. Are there any questions on this page that I can help you with?
Dana, this is Ruth. One of the things that we've been asked to do in the weekly update for the HAB is start plugging in when there are public meetings so that people can see sort of a snapshot of the calendar. And I'm not sure who the right person to ask is, but when you actually get the links and the timing for, I see 3 upcoming public meetings in June and July. Can you send those along to us so that we can put them in the weekly updates?
You bet. And then also, you know, as everyone's, yes, Jen and I work on that and Colleen helps us and we're happy to share them over. And also if you're looking at doing that weekly and you just pop onto that events calendar that we looked at just a minute ago, Jen updates those regularly, but we're happy to share and make sure that's available. So thank you.
All right. We've got an echo.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's. So Jen, why don't you go and then we'll go to the queue. I've got Liz and Jerry. Jen?
Sorry, did you say my name, Ruth? Jen
Yeah.
Claiborne. Hi, Dana, thank you so much for going over that. I just wanted to chime in and just give a couple reminders. You'll notice this time that I have some dates in there that still say tentative. So as you know, these comment periods tend to be a moving target. Sometimes our public meetings move too. So just make sure that you're looking at this from the website and not from like a PDF that's been sent in an email, because this calendar continues to get updated. Again, go to the events calendar for updated information. But what I'm trying to do is just give you guys more firm dates instead of keeping it in the holding bin right before like a pre-notice comes out. So you'll see like the budget is right now we're looking at mid-July. I'm not going to say that's for sure going to happen on those dates. That's why I've started including tentative on those, but at least you kind of get an idea that around the time frame that they're going to be at. And Ruth, thank you for walking them through how to get to this calendar. I think on the agenda, that calendar is now outdated as something changed just a couple days ago. So make sure you guys are going to the website to pull up this TPA calendar. That's all I had. Thank you.
All right. So I have Liz and Jerry in queue. Liz?
Thanks. First, I just want to thank the public involvement team for scheduling public meetings in advance of anticipating them being requested. I really appreciate that, and that's something we've been asking for, and I just want to call it out. Yay, thank you. And the other question I had was about the site-wide permit. So I don't know if anyone on Ecology knows that that's not even in the holding bin anymore, but it used to be. I'm just curious, like, what is the plan for Rev 9?
Hi, this is Dana. This is Dana again, Liz. Well, we do know Rev 9 still exists, and we are working on it. We have a tentative. We're still aiming for 2022. I don't know what part of 2022, but we have a year. I know that we've got our permit writers are still working with the OE on aspects of it. And, you know, that always makes the process, everything being passed back and forth makes the process unsure and how long it's going to take. But we're trying for next year. That's our plan.
Great. Can we just, the next time, I don't know who was point on this, it might be you, Jen. Like, can we just get that added to the holding bin with that tentative 2022, just so it's on there? And it just came up when we were doing some work planning, looking at the HAB's work plan and making sure we're anticipating things that are going to come out next year.
Just to be clear, you want me to add the permit to the holding bin?
Yes,
right?
For
Okay.
Rev 9.
Yep, I can do that and get that updated in the next couple days.
Jerry.
Thank you. My questions, comments have to do with the budget priorities meetings. I'm sure you're shocked that I would want to talk about that, right? I appreciate the advance notice, but can we talk a little bit more about this? I think it's really important for the PIC to have discussion about this. Number one being if the meeting is the day one of the comment period opening, will the public and board members have prior access to proposals and materials, including will there be a budget prioritization workshop, as we've discussed the need to return to have in the past? So for people who haven't followed this, that the normal pattern was that there would be at one point it was a full day workshop for HAB members and the interested public. Then it got shortened to a half day workshop to allow people to explore and understand what the budget priorities are being proposed for the next several years, starting with the first out year for which the budget's being prepared. And this year it becomes all the more important because with the new administration, presumably you have some pretty different budget priorities and proposals and guidance. So it becomes really important for us to be able to, as a board, to have that before the public meeting so that we can offer comments. And I think it's important for the PIC to discuss and provide input to you about the budget priorities meeting itself, including that this should be a meeting that takes public comment and what time it will be held at and whether or not there will be an in-person component in July for public meetings. In fact, that's one of the things I was thinking we were going to be discussing is when will there be a return to in-person meetings. But focusing right now on the budget prioritization question, number one, will there be a workshop for the HAB and interested public? Will we have access to materials before the public meeting? Will we be able to collaborate on timing and agenda and making sure that there's public comment time on the meeting?
Hi, Jerry. This is Jerry, and I'll do what I can to answer that question. Tom Galiotto has also made the very same request through the BCC back several weeks ago. We do have that request. We don't yet have guidance on what we're able to do at this point, but what I've committed to Tom is just to keep him in the loop as far as what we have, what we can share, when we can share it. We recognize that there's a lot of interest in there, and we will get that information out as soon as we possibly can.
Can I ask if ecology is going to weigh in advance after lengthy discussions, including that I've had with John Price and last year, about making sure that there is clear guidance for disclosure of materials?
Jerry, this is Ginger. I think we will continue to push for the level of transparency that we are used to having in the past and expect to get back to.
Ginger, if you would pass on, it'd be important to press for that now, not waiting.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, thank you.
I will make sure John and the top people are talking about it, the reminder.
And I guess for our PIC planning purposes, I would suggest that we make sure that we have this as a recurring item for meetings and discussion to collaborate in planning.
Right, so Gary had mentioned that Tom Galeotto had asked for a briefing for budgets and contracts. When I look at the board calendar, let me pull that up real quick. So this is this year's calendar. The board meeting's the 9th and the 10th, and the budget meeting is the 15th of July. So in terms of a conversation, I guess that puts it around the committee calls in late June. Gary, does that make sense?
We don't yet have dates, so I don't have an answer to that.
Okay.
All I know is that I'm still waiting for guidance, and we will get that out as soon as I have something.
Okay.
You know, it's important for the board to offer advice. And I think that this needs to be a broader conversation than, and I'm glad you brought up the full board meeting schedule, Ruth, because it's disconcerting that we may not see any materials or have any discussion even, ready for the June board meeting, which is when we would normally be adopting advice. And the next board meeting isn't until mid to late September.
Jerry, in case you aren't aware, we have already received some advice from BCC earlier this year that outlines some cleanup priorities.
Yeah, but that's the generic. I know, Gary, but again, that's the very generic level, which is really different than looking at what your budget guidance is and how it will be implemented for, the boots on the ground approach. And so, we need to do both every year. That's,
I hear what you're saying, Jerry, and I am sensitive to it. Like I said, we're waiting on guidance, and that's the best answer that I have for you right now.
I understand. Yeah, I'm not casting any problem, doubt about that. I mean, we just need to have a collaboration about what that means, that with the new administration, you're waiting for guidance, everything's delayed for the budget process. And Ruth has put up, it's like, okay, so we're not going to have advice for June 5th, mid-June. So what will this mean and how will we do that? We just need to work through.
Yeah, you're right. Every time we've got a change of administration, there's a learning curve for both those of us down here at the ground and those who are at the departments and White House. And you're right. And so we're just all kind of here in the middle and trying to figure out what's next. And but my commitment still remains to let you guys know as soon as I know something.
Are there other questions back on the public involvement calendar? For those of you who are relatively new to this adventure, the second page of the public involvement calendar has some dates looking ahead, as well as some explanations of which agencies have primary responsibility for which pieces of environmental law and regulation. So it's sort of a translation of the spider web of regulatory issues here at Hanford. So that back page is a resource for you. We used to print these out in in-person meetings, and you could like physically turn the piece of paper over. Are there other questions about the public involvement calendar? Jeff, shall we move on to current events?
Yeah, so the agenda talks about half hour for Hanford Live. We actually are going to shorten that because DOE had already requested feedback from the HAB. And so we're really just going to hear what we know about the Hanford Live event that's coming up. We could take a few minutes to talk about how we're all going to help get the word out. And then I think Ryan Miller from Ecology is going to give us an update on some of the things that Ecology is doing. But let's start with the Hanford Live check-in.
Thanks, Jeff. This is Jen Colborn. So first of all, thank you guys for taking the time to review those Hanford Live materials. We got that email from Tom Galiotto and incorporated those revisions. We also appreciate you guys taking the time to provide your feedback and input in that survey. We've got a TPA PIO meeting today while you guys are taking a lunch break, so we will be going over that feedback that was sent in. You've probably seen that a save the date went out, I think, gosh, a couple weeks ago on a Monday. I think that was like May 4th-ish. And then we are going to be kind of doing the bigger launch on Monday, May 17th. So what you'll see there is a listserv that will include a flyer. There'll be an ad in the paper. There'll be a web banner on hanford.gov. And then we'll do some additional outreach to education, like schools and university and colleges. One thing that we're doing a little bit different this year is the first message that we go out, it's going to have that registration link. So there won't be any kind of like, here, this is happening, and then we'll provide you the registration link or, you know, later, closer to the event. We're going to send that out on Monday, so you guys can start registering as soon as Monday. And then obviously share that with anyone, friends, family, folks in your group. Other ways that you guys can kind of help us get the word out is go to Ecology's Facebook page. I think it should be on DOE's too. We've been invited as the co-host, but Brian has done a really good job of getting that event out on Facebook. And if you want to put like interested or going, and then you could share the invite as well to get other people interested. That's one way of doing it. Forwarding the listserv out to friends, family, folks in your group. Or if you want, print it and post it somewhere where you think people might see that flyer. And then another thing too, quickly on the format, this is going to be similar to what we've done in the past. Obviously, all our panelists are going to be entirely virtual. So before we were all in one, you know, meeting space. This time everyone's going to be kind of at their own offices, so that will be a little bit different. We are going to be using a Zoom platform, and this will be facilitated by Ryan Orth, which is different. Last time we had Susan Heyman, so Ryan Orth is going to be doing it this time. And then we just look forward to your participation. Ryan, from Ecology, do you have anything I missed that you'd like to chime in on?
No, I think you hit it pretty good on the head there. We've got both of the DOE offices and as co-hosts along with the Ecology Hanford Facebook page and the Ecology page. I shared the link in the chat with you all. Currently, the information that's on the Facebook page, event page, is just the same stuff that went out in the pre-notice. So I'll be filling it in with more information once that goes out. And on the top, there's a banner that's just got a little graphic and it has some headshots of all the speakers that'll be there. So I think Jen you covered it pretty well.
Thanks, Ryan. Jeff, did you want to, is there any other things you wanted us to talk about or what you're curious about?
I think those are the basics. What I gather from the format is that it's going to be fundamentally the same as prior Facebook Live formats where people can be submitting questions. Can they submit video questions? I seem to recall that was something from years past.
That we did back, I think, in 2017. We didn't do it in 2019, and we don't have plans to do that this year.
Okay. Sure. I'm assuming that questions will be given to the facilitator, and then the facilitator would ask you questions. Is that kind of the way it goes?
Correct. So you would put them in via the chat, and then those would get handed to the facilitator virtually. Got it.
And I know Jen did say that this is going to be on Zoom. I think we're also going to have the capability with Ryan Orth and them that we should be able to give them some of my Facebook information. We'll be able to live stream it to Facebook at the same time as on Zoom. So there will be that option as well. We're going to test that first, but that option should be available.
It's really easy to take Zoom and run it on Facebook at the same time. It's a one-click deal.
Yep, and it's just a matter. I'm just gonna be working with Ryan to get my credentials over to him and working on all that stuff. So,
right on. The only thought I have is after this morning's conversation, I wonder, is it worth reaching out to some place like the Capitol Press or the Alt Weeklies, or are there some non-traditional or I guess smaller scale media or more specific media, I guess, that maybe would benefit if we targeted them?
Sure. Jeff, I think last year, not last year, 2019, we did Ecology put something in the Tumble Weird. So they can speak to that, or I can put that on our notes for something to discuss at our afternoon meeting today. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. And I guess the challenge to members of the PIC, at the risk of turning ourselves into billboards, if you feel comfortable sharing the invites in your own streams, be it Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever you got, to get that word out there. I know it does reach people. I actually found some local Tri-Cities articles about Hanford from Tom Galliotto's LinkedIn page a week or two ago. So it does happen. And it's an opportunity that we can all take. Does anybody else have any ideas of how in the world you get the word out in COVID times right now? I see that Liz is in the queue.
We actually, this is Ginger. David Reblog's not on the call, but when Ecology met with him recently, we were talking about our inability to boost posts because we don't have a way for the agency to buy Facebook ads, just pay per boost. But David could boost the Facebook announcements and maybe even Google ads. They're super cheap and you can target them very, very well. Oh, and Ryan says he has an update too. So go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's been an issue the last couple of years with ecology was advertising on platforms like Facebook and Twitter because they require an agency or a card, and we didn't have one for that just because of some from the past. But I'll talk about that more, and when I talk about Let's Talk About Hanford. But basically, we've been working with the headquarters folks on getting that going, and hopefully we'll be able to start boosting and doing some ads and stuff in the next month or two.
Great. I just had a weird idea. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I guess I'd like to challenge everyone who's on this call, especially if you're a PIC member or a HAB member, to bring a friend, and specifically bring a friend who is maybe a member of the organization that you represent. If one of the great challenges for this year is going to be to ensure that we are reaching back as HAB members, this is an opportunity to extend a hand to somebody who, and you're asking them to come spend an hour, or I don't remember how long the event is, but let's give it a shot. And if anyone does, I'd like to hear about it afterward. I think that we ought to be holding each other accountable to bring more people into the fold.
Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that. I know the last 2 times we've held this, my mom has joined, and she says she always learns something new every time. So I'm going to encourage her to come, and maybe have her invite a friend as well. So thank you.
My dad does the same thing. Liz, I've got you in queue.
It sounds like you're still talking about the format topics, how to convey information, taking the input that was received. Because I think part of it's getting people to show up, but also I think the bigger piece is what happens when people show up, and is it an engaging format, or is it just really listening to what can be really dry presentations about Hanford. And so I guess, and I apologize, I had too much going on to reply in time to the email for suggestions, but I think if there's a way to have a coordinated question that everyone who is on screen is interested in hearing input and answers on, that's a big picture question about Hanford, you're going to get more interesting input, not just Q&A from an event like this. And since we've it's nothing new that the PIC pushes for two-way communication, but having something that's a big picture question, like, there are a lot of uncertainties, although I'm sure no one can say uncertainties, even though there are. A way to put a question out there that's not going to be get anyone in trouble, that actually invites people who are listening in to be able to share their input and values, what they imagine the site will look like when cleanup's over, or maybe it's something more specific. It just seems like that will be helpful to create that engagement and not just a Q&A. And then the other piece that I think Tom Galliota's comments covered some of my concerns, but because there are so many people speaking, it's helpful if there's any kind of general overview is consolidated, instead of trying to figure out who's who, or maybe even just introducing people better. And I don't know how it will work with everyone, not in the same room, or maybe people are in the same room. And if you already said that, I apologize for not catching it. Are people all in the same room this time, or is it just individuals on their screens?
There'll be individuals in their offices at their computers.
So that might be helpful for people to keep track of who's who. But I know when I was new to Hanford, it was very hard to track who I was listening to, because it sounds so similar to hear from agencies working on cleanup. And then Susan will be, or no, Steve is presenting for the HAB. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And has Steve, like, what have the conversations been with Steve about what to say and how to structure comments? And
yeah, so I shared with him the presentation that Susan Leckban provided just as a basis. I think Carrie Meyer is going to be reaching out to Steve just to kind of talk about Hanford Live a little bit in more detail, but we are still very much in the planning stages of this. But yes, he's very much aware of this event.
it seems like it's an opportunity to talk, you know, who is the HAB? Just even like giving people that overview. Who are we? What do we do? Why do we matter as a board? What is the intent of our advice? I imagine he'll talk to that, and he's a pretty good off the cuff speaker.
Yeah.
But
and I believe that's what Susan kind of stuck to in the past couple of times we did Hanford Live with her. So yeah, I think that would be the gist of his presentation as well.
My experience with Steve is he's really fond of having talking points. He prepares differently than Susan does, even though the delivery looks similar. Steve is big on having talking points in his back pocket.
Thank you, Ruth.
Okay, thanks for all of that. And again, challenge, bring a friend. We have not a whole lot of time before we're scheduled to go on a break, but I know one of the things we wanted to talk about this meeting was the new efforts being taken by Ecology to start having new conversations about Hanford. And Ryan, I understand that you had some thoughts and information that you wanted to share. If you have it and you're ready, and if this is enough time, if not, we can move it to later. But if you're ready now.
Yeah, I mean, I could touch on it now, and if you guys want to talk about it more later, we can. So basically, if you've seen the videos too, basically we started undertaking this effort a couple months ago, partly because our outreach was kind of cut off because of COVID, because Ginger used to go out and we used to support her, go out to schools and, you know, like organizations like Rotary and just organizations like that, just to provide presentations on Hanford and engage with, you know, folks from the public about, you know, high level, what is Hanford, what are we doing, our role, that sort of thing. So we wanted to kind of step up and do that virtually to reach more people. And it's something that we were talking about before COVID, but COVID really kind of pushed it a lot faster, I think. So we decided to hold these Let's Talk About Hanford conversations, where each one is going to focus on a different topic, so that we're not trying to cover, you know, the whole site in one meeting, because that's just way too high level. And we also don't want to go too much into the weeds either, because we want this to be a good opportunity for people that are new to Hanford, or people that, you know, maybe haven't been haven't, you know, been on Hanford kind of topics for a while, or even those that do know a lot about Hanford, but maybe not all aspects of Hanford, or just need a refresher. So that's kind of where the idea of this came from. So a month or two ago, we came out with our pre-recorded video where Ginger and I just talked about the plans for the series, and so we released that video on social and on our blog. And then we decided our first one was going to be on early Hanford history. So we actually had, when we sent out the listserv notice with our initial one, we had Robert Franklin from WSU Tri-Cities reach out to us and offer his you know, expertise. So we decided to partner with Robert, which is really exciting because, you know, he's such an expert on Hanford history. So with him, we decided to split the Hanford history into 2 segments, just because it's so expansive. And so we, over the last month or so, we worked on getting that presentation together. And of course, the other night we held our first live event, and it went pretty well, I think. But basically, leading up to the event, sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. We sent out a listserv notice about a week and a half or so before the event happened, and we actually meant to send it out that Thursday, April 29th, but that's the day the tank leak was announced. So we kind of pushed that as a priority instead, and then ended up releasing this listserv notice and the blog for like the preview of this event on. We sent out a listserv to the Ecology news listserv on Friday and to the Hanford news listserv that following Monday, which was about a week or so before the event, just as a sharing when it was and how to watch and that sort of thing. And we also created the Facebook event page, which I'm looking at now, and we ended up reaching 2,566 people over that time period that our event was up. We had 117 responses, which had 93 interested and 24 who listed they were going, and we had another 8 that were just invited by other friends. So we actually had pretty good engagement considering we didn't do any sort of paid advertising or boosting or anything like that. Leading up to the event, we had a lot of really great collaboration with other agencies, like on Twitter the day of, we had posts from, Hanford Challenge and Oregon Department of Energy and W2 Tri-Cities were all sharing our event, which is pretty exciting that we had that collaboration. And we had a lot of engagement kind of leading up to it with other, same agencies and some other ones sharing our posts about it. So we were able to get the word out there pretty organically. So on the event on Tuesday, we ended up getting, looking at it now, so far the video's reached about 1,200 people. It's got 324 views. Basically of that, during the live stream, we had, once the stream got going, we had between, I think, 32 and 39 people, and we held pretty strong the whole live stream, above 30 people, so we had a pretty solid audience. My average video watch time by followers for my statistics shows an average watch time of 5 minutes, but I know that can partially be skewed because we had some people that dropped off after not that long, people that just kind of saw it on Facebook and tuned in, but I know for a fact that we had a good amount of people that stayed on for the whole time because we had them engaging with us the whole time. We ended up having a couple pre-submitted questions that we had emailed to us beforehand, so we asked those live, and then we had a number of questions that people asked live on the Facebook live stream, which is pretty exciting. So we were able to answer those questions, and we ended it about shortly after an hour. And looking at upcoming events, we've decided to do groundwater as our next one in about a month or so. And one of the big things is that we heard from folks was, not everybody has Facebook or wants to go on Facebook because they have their stigmas about it. So we're trying to be able to dual stream, which I think we worked with IT, and I think we're going to have that capability on our next one. I'm just going to do a couple more tests with IT, our IT department, but I think we're going to be able to stream to both Facebook and WebEx on our next one. So people have the option to watch it live on either platform. That way, hopefully we can reach more people and get more engagement. And I think I might leave it there just as my high level kind of descriptions, but really, we thought the event went really well. It was really awesome to collaborate with Robert. We had some really awesome engagement with folks live, and we heard just a lot of good feedback on it so far. We hope, as we do more of these, that we keep building it up and get more people watching and interacting. And of course, like I kind of said earlier, before I talked about this topic, is that as an agency, we're working to be able to start our advertising and boosting again, and hopefully we'll be able to use that, in the coming months to help reach more people to get more engagement on these events. So I can leave it at that. If anybody has any questions, we're more than happy to talk more about it.
We'll see if anyone pops up in the queue, but Ryan, just a generic question. Was there anything surprising about the public engagement that you got? Did anyone ask you something you didn't expect or have a perspective that made you see differently?
Yeah, most of our questions, a good number of questions actually revolved around the folks that were, the tribal people and the town people that were kicked off of the land. So we actually had, we were expecting questions on all things early Hanford history just to prepare, but we had, I think Ginger would probably agree on this, is that we had more questions than we expected that were asking us to talk more about it, which we're more than happy to. And Robert went into some really great detail on, the people that were kicked off the land, around the Hanford site. So I think that was one of the surprising things for me was we had probably a good number of questions that focused on that specifically. Ginger, do you have anything on that that you think was surprising?
I agree. I think there was a lot of interest in that, and also some questions about, somebody thought that the land is already being parted out and asked if anybody had been able to get their land back, and we had to say no, the DOE still has control over it, or it's part of the monument. But and Robert said, of course, not the tribes, but the people were bought out. It wasn't taken from them. So it is no longer their land. But yeah, it was interesting and definitely very engaging.
Yeah, and to touch on that too, again, we said that it's split into 2 presentations. So our second one we're planning to do in the coming months, we're going to talk with Robert and see what and maybe this might be good to get some feedback from the PIC too on the timing for our second Hanford history one, because we're wondering, because he's he works at WC Tri-Cities, so we've kind of got to either do it before classes start or after classes get rolling, just because he's so busy right when classes start. But we're wondering if we wanted to wait until after classes started to maybe get the opportunity for a lot more engagement with both regular students, grade school students and university students, or during the summertime. So we're still looking at a date to do our Hanford History Part 2, but that's one thing we're thinking about, is the timing on that, and when we might be able to get more engagement, depending on the timing we choose for that second one.
I have a question. Go ahead.
So when you say their land, are you talking about the truck farms, or are you talking about Hanford lands?
The questions were something like, will the people who were kicked off their land ever get their land back? And also somebody asserted that parcels were being given back out or released. And I said, no, nobody is getting land except for the small parcel that DOE has released for the Horn Rapids Triangle industrial work. But yeah, I think that the questions were more about whether the white settlers or white farmers had been or would have like right of first refusal if DOE ever leaves. And of course we don't know that, but I mean the official plan is that stuff will be in the monument, or the Central Plateau will be the industrial area. So we explained that. And just FYI, Emmett, he talked quite a bit, and I think he could probably even do either by himself or in partnership with Tanya Bowers. It might be interesting at some point to do a more detailed discussion around African Americans and other BIPOC folks at Hanford. So that was nice that he definitely gave that some attention.
All right, thank you. Good work.
Yeah. Well, speaking as somebody who, when I started this job, I would cruise YouTube and just see what's out there that's Hanford related from time to time. And I would find webinars that my predecessors had given years before as a way to learn about stuff. So it's great that not only that you're having the conversations, but that you're saving the conversations, because you never know when someone's going to want to see collected information about Hanford as a way to kind of quickly get their feet under them. So good. Happy to see it.
So Ryan, where do you go from here? This seems like it's a great starting point, a good beginning. So how do you keep it going and keep moving it forward?
Yeah, so we're trying to plan to do about one of these a month, roughly, in that month-ish time frame. And I think we've decided on our next one, sometime in June, is going to focus on Hanford groundwater. And so basically, we're going to try and plan to do about one of these a month. And our different topics because we sent out a survey before all this started on topics folks were interested in. So we're going to have a variety of topics that we're going to be able to cover for, the foreseeable future if these events keep being successful. So, we got groundwater. I think we're going to look at tanks, WTP, Hanford History Part 2. We're hoping on some topics, like another one we want to do is talk about, Hanford habitat and wildlife. And, that might be an opportunity for us to do another partnership with, say, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. So we're definitely looking forward to continuing to do these collaborations with other, partners too on some of these topics, because it helps get the word out a lot more. But basically, we're kind of just hoping to, keep the train, full steam ahead on these events. And I think definitely with our agency, hopefully on the brink of being able to finally break this advertising bug, we'll be able to, you know, reach more people and keep the engagement going on those.
Does anybody else any thoughts for Ryan and Ginger about what's going on there? If not, we will take a little break before we come back and talk about advice.
Liz?
Yeah, just a comment on timing. I don't know that the timing matters that much for students being in session since it's recorded. It's something that educators could use in the future. But I do think, and it's just been a capacity issue for me, but I'm in touch. I've created these, we've only done it once, like a teaching Hanford, like Zoom gathering to talk to people who are educators. So now that you're doing this, I think this will be of interest to educators, and there even might be a way to collaborate with professors on future topics where, you know, a class is happening on Hanford, and like just scheduling the timing so that the whole class can participate, or even like be a guest speaker, or, you know, just there's a lot of flexibility and innovation, you know, because you're owning this and holding it, that could be really useful in a way to like really get people to feel invested and show up. So I'll keep you in touch with you, Ryan. Are you the point person for these, Ryan?
Yeah, me and Ginger both, either or.
Okay, cool.
Okay, thanks again. With that, we're running a little behind. Yes, go ahead, Emmett.
Could I piggyback on that a little bit? What Liz just said. You know, it seems like, you know, there would be great value in using that platform in, say, a history class. You know, particularly, you know, Washington State history is required by all graduating seniors. Now, wouldn't that be a great forum, a great place to start something with the schools? Just a thought.
Too bad we don't know anybody who's like developing the statewide curriculum for high schools. Could have a modular.
Actually,
that's not quite true.
Jeff, I do. And my students in public health have created a module that is incorporated and uses Washington's learning standards for different courses in high school. And it's posted on the Zinn educational program website. We presented it to about 150 educators and high school students in October. And it's integrated with what in Washington we call learning standards and outcomes for several different high school classes. And there are 2 different lesson plans. And we will be doing the same for some tribal emphasis in the coming year.
Wow, I'm checking it out now. That's cool. Emmett, I'm sorry.
Ryan?
Say that again, Emmett.
I just said, what do you think, Ryan?
Yeah, I know that that's something Ginger and I, we've started, I mean, before COVID, I think Ginger could talk on this more. We talked a little bit with some schools about, you know, trying to reach out to them and get that involved in some of their course planning. But Ginger, do you have any thoughts that you want to add on that?
I do. And actually, Representative Paulette, what would be really great is if not just Hanford, but I think all of the environmental histories of the state, including oil, or including, you know, logging and smelters and et cetera, were part of Washington State history. there's no set curriculum. There's no required curriculum. So teachers are able to seek out and cobble together whatever units they want to. They do have learning standards, as Jerry mentioned, that they're supposed to meet. And actually, it's 8th grade history. I have attended the Washington State Conference of the Social Studies 2 or 3 times and done presentations, but unfortunately it's entirely up to the teachers to choose how they're going to approach it, and there's no specific guidance. So I have talked to the Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction, and you know, they do have some links through there that can direct people to primary documents. And I think I suggested one time that they use like the Manhattan Project Voices as primary documents, but I'm not sure they ever did add it to their website. So that's part of the problem, is that there's no, you know, it's not like everybody in Washington uses a Pearson Washington State history textbook that we could try to influence.
Yeah. And the Washington State history textbook has like 2 or 3 really inadequate paragraphs, but again, it's also only in 8th grade or 9th grade, depending on when you take it. And so, but it's very hard to change learning standards in Washington. They really only reopen them every, I think, 6 or 8 years. I just tried to do it for, believe it or not, public health education in the middle of a pandemic. You might think is something that, you know, we'd be interested in doing as for high school, as even part of health education, and districts and OSPI, and very few people want to reopen learning standards for even something like public health education. So doing it for mandating anything is very hard in that world, and it takes usually a multi-year effort with a broad advisory group of educators.
Oh, I don't know where to take that topic today. That's a deep hole we could find ourselves in.
It is a deep hole.
I'd like to propose that we take a little break. We've been all at this here for a while now. It is 11:13 now. I don't want to deprive you of the fullness of a break. If we could get back together at 11:30, we'll get started on the advice. But part of the reason why we decided to expand past lunch was to give us time, if we needed it, to keep working on the advice. So let's get started back at 11:30. We'll see how far we get, and we'll see what people think. Well, we're at time. So we're going to spend a little bit of time here. How much time do we have for break?
Yeah, I had us breaking at lunch at 12:15.
Great.
And then we built in open forum to have some flexible time if you needed more time on the advice.
Okay. So again, folks, this is something that we have seen before, but we didn't give it a lot of time at the last PIC meeting. Jerry, I don't know, I guess you're our lead on this one. Do you want to give any kind of opening orientation before we start working through it? Or I can do it if...
Hi, Jeff. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get Teams back up into the screen here. Ruth, can you put it up on the screen for the introduction? And I'll just give the broadest overview here, which is that if there is ever a time and place that's appropriate for the Hanford Advisory Board or any advisory board to be weighing in with advice. It is on the major strategic plans for cleanup and on the major documents that will guide all cleanup decisions within an area such as the Central Plateau. And that is what this advice focuses on. And the genesis of the advice is that on the Energy Department issued a proposed Hanford 10-year strategic plan for cleanup, which is being rolled into a national prioritization and strategic plan. And they issued it in late October and sent it to a few people and said you have 8 days to comment on it. It wasn't even to the full board. And the strategic plan, as adopted by the Department of Energy and touted at a national conference call, Zoom meeting a week ago, I believe it was, emphasized that it was great that these plans, these major priorities from sites were built with the input of advisory boards from the sites. And one can only wish that that were true for Hanford, and it is appropriate for us to say, there's plenty of time and it is very important. We should go back and do this properly and have proper input to the 10-year strategic plan for Hanford cleanup. If, as I said, if there's ever a document that one would think that an advisory board and meaningful public involvement would be important for, it would be a 10-year strategic plan vision for the cleanup of the site. That gets rolled up into the national 10-year, decade-long strategic plan, which the Energy Department will use, including for budgeting. Secondly, we learned, and I think it was Jeff who brought this, or Tom Cecilia, to the attention of the board, that without notice to the board or public, after 5 years of hiatus with no word, the agencies had adopted a major document that will basically set all the requirements and ground rules for the cleanup of the Central Plateau. And when it was in draft form, the board had extensively commented on it and had major concerns. It was adopted without any, although it was 5-year or longer, 6-year delay, there was no discussion of how our concerns had been addressed, whether or not they were addressed, and response informally that the board or public could just comment on individual cleanup plans is really belied by the fact that I've gone back actually and looked at some of the responses to advice in the past. The agencies in response to comments will often say, your individual comment relates to something that we decided in the broad guidance document, such as for the cleanup of the Central Plateau or cleanup decisions, land use decisions we made in another document. And therefore, it is vital that it be reopened for discussion and that we have a chance for meaningful input on it. So I'm going to turn off my mic for a moment because the governor has just begun bill signing and I have a bill that's up second here. So I'll let you take over from there.
Good luck, Jerry. So Jerry talked through what was kind of impetus of the advice. And our first version did have a lot of focus on those specific whys of why we were bringing up this advice to lead into the more general idea, which is if you have these storytelling documents or path setting documents, if you will, it's important to involve the public in those documents and in those processes so that we can share in the writing of the Hanford story, if you will. And the general advice, if you had to boil it all down into one thing, it is when it's discretionary of whether to involve the public or not. If it is one of these, storytelling type of documents or foundational documents, opt for more public involvement. So the issue management team got together a couple of weeks ago to take a fresh look at the advice, and we decided to pare it down. We've cut out all of the specific issues that we had last year that led to the formation of this advice, and we put them at the back. And this is a new format concept. We're not sure what people think about it. We're curious what you think about it. But this allowed us to keep the advice down to 2 pages of background and advice. It allowed the background to stay a little bit more general and focused on the positive, on the things that we think are important moving forward. And we do offer 6 points of advice. So without further ado, unless there's anybody else on the issue management team who wants to chime in with an important point, let's start discussions.
Tom, Cecilia, you had a broader point and wordsmithing. Does your broader point fit here?
I think that the advice is something that needs to be said, and I think it's off to a really good start. And I think there's a piece missing though, and part of that is a lot of times we hear DOE say, we fulfilled our legal obligation to involve the public, as opposed to fulfilling, a need for just the ability to communicate, right? So we bring the public in when we're legally required to, and no other times. So I think that that's what advice point 1 is trying to get to, with discretionary public involvement. But I think it's more than discretionary. I think it's, yeah, that's where I'm. Right? It's not legally required public involvement, but it shouldn't be discretionary.
Right. Well, and that fits with what came out of our EMSSAB guidance that we gave to Steve Wigman to take, was that what's legally required is just the beginning. And yeah, I don't know if that is in this yet, but it's a good point.
Yeah, maybe even citing that.
Do you have words in your head yet about that? Or do you want to noodle on that as we go through this and when we get down to the advice point?
This is Ginger. I know that we're not supposed to develop the advice. However, considering that DOE has repeatedly asked for actionable advice, I am a little concerned about the language of as the Hanford story is being written as maybe kind of euphemistic, and maybe you need to be more specific about as Hanford decisions are being made.
Over the team. I am vetoing section 91718 due to a technical issue.
Jerry, your mic's on.
Is that Jerry? Anyway, just a thought as a communications person, maybe being more specific and less
figurative.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do down in the down in the background, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We try to, in a way, create a new class of documents. You know, you guys have your tier 1, tier 2 documents. We're saying, well, if you have a document that has vision in it, prioritization, or some sort of framework to guide cleanup, those fit into a class that we're calling storytelling documents. And those are the ones where, even if there's not a strict decision requirement under the law that you involve the public, because these will eventually lead to decisions, and because they are documenting what we did and what we're going to do, at least the intentions thereof, that those are a class of document that deserve their own public engagement component to them. And you're right, Ginger, there is some figurative language in here, but I guess that's kind of the point, in a way, is to say that there's more than just this is a decision document, therefore you must have a 30-day public comment period. And I wonder how we can.
I agree with you in principle. I would just say be very careful, because we know that there are people who read these in a literal sense and are screening. So trying to say what you're saying, because I totally agree with you, both in my official capacity and as a taxpayer and communications person, but being as concrete as you can, because there are commanders and engineers and such at the top, and giving them less wiggle room, actually, in my opinion, might be the way to go. And yes, just because it's not an official comment period, that doesn't mean our values should not be considered, is absolutely a valid point.
Okay. Tom, you're in queue.
Yeah, I've actually got to jump off at noon, so I wanted to just go ahead and throw in my wordsmithing idea. And I support the advice going forward, but I don't get a vote on this one because you get our seats vote. So second line of paragraph 4, where inadequate, I think that's pretty prickly. But if we say we're incomplete or non-existent, that might be more actionable, more specific, and less sort of just bristly.
Subjective, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of a placeholder word when we were rewriting. Didn't feel quite right, but trying to figure out what is the right way to describe disappointing, I guess.
Left something to be desired.
Yeah.
But yeah. And yeah, I'm not sure how the first paragraph would survive the full board. I get what we're trying to say, but it's, yeah.
You think there's something about the first paragraph that would be objected to?
Yeah, I like the decisions being made as opposed to the story being written.
As the foundations for the decisions, because it's not the decisions themselves, it's the thing that then leads to the thing.
Right. Establish, built, being. Yep.
But where's the flourish, Tom?
You'll get the flourish at the full board, I'm sure.
Yeah. Does anybody else have some general thoughts who've read the revised draft about format, about individual advice points, feeling and flow, any general stuff before we do a line by line? Or does anyone see anything that you would object to that would prevent you from being able to agree that this should move forward to the full board?
So
Hey,
that's
Jeff.
Yeah.
Jeff, what about, now, we have a transition of the administration, and now, I caught the tail end of Mr. Vance's presentation, but I don't ever remember, since I've been on the board, more talk about diversity. The word's been mentioned. I don't know what it means or what they're saying by it, but does that come across in this background?
It's not a component in here at the moment. Maybe that's a function of where it started, talking about the Central Plateau principles and the 10-year vision.
Mm-hmm.
If the 10-year strategic vision includes concepts about diversity, equity, inclusion, I think that gives us an entry to talk about that. But I think it's probably its own topic. I think it's something that we ought to give some real time as a committee and think through. Like, it ought to be its own advice, I guess, is my thought.
Okay. I just wanted to raise the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In that vein, I don't think it would be inappropriate to just poke in the word diverse, like in number 2, regional diverse public involvement a regional public involvement project process that gathers broad and diverse, including tribal, places like that, to stick it in there. Because the other thing is that it does seem that there has been a tendency perhaps to say, well, we got the HAB, the HAB's the public, that's good enough, or the HAB's our stakeholder group, that's good enough.
Mm-hmm. Which John Wagner at the first HAB meeting specifically said, we're not going to use the HAB to check the public involvement box. So we don't want it to slide in that territory. Other general thoughts on what you're seeing in the advice? I'm not hearing much. Do people want to do a paragraph by paragraph? We have, as we mentioned earlier, half the people on the phone were in the issue management team to begin with. For those of you who weren't, do you have more specific comments that might come through if we did paragraph by paragraph? And yes, Liz, we do need to get through it today. And
you didn't get any feedback on the questions of, it's a process question. If the group feels the need to check off each paragraph.
Yeah, well, and it's unfortunately or fortunately today, I think a lot of the emphasis, the weight falls on the people who are on the pick, but we're not part of the issue management team. They're the ones who I'm really hoping to hear from today. we need to have the consensus, as far as we can divine such things, of our committee, that this is worthy of passing on to the board before we can submit it for full board consideration.
Right.
It's hard to know when we have it.
And part of the logic of moving this meeting from the traditional day before the board meeting to committee week was, if this gains the consensus of pick, it gives a chance for the board to actually read it and consider it before the board meeting instead of the overnight fire drill.
Yeah. There is a version of this where we just say, does anyone have any objections, going once, going twice, sold, and we're done with this in 5 minutes. But I don't want to shortcut if people think we need more than that. So I'm looking for some feedback now on.
This is the communication part of the discussion.
Well, Jeff, this is Steve. I'm hoping that people are kind of looking at is other potential tripping points, and I do appreciate Ginger's comment. We don't want to, we'd like this to go through. So obviously, if there are places where we think there may be stumblings, and of course we've gone round and round on the length of it, how we might, shorten it somewhat, because shorter always seems to be an easier approval. But yeah, I guess I just reiterate as you have, if there are people that think where may there be stumbling blocks that should be identified or looked at right now, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you.
So Jeff, should we build on Steve's suggestion? Oh, question from Tom Cecilia. How are paragraphs 2 and 5 different? Okay, so I'm going to make this so you can actually see paragraphs 2 and 5. Two, 3, 4, 5. So this is 5. Anyone?
I'm looking at it. The point is, Val, that they're very similar. And part of it is because part of this was the beginning of the old advice and part of it was at the end of the old advice, and we cut out the middle. So they came together.
Yeah. They seem to be restating sort of the same premise.
Yeah, there are important ideas in both, I think, because the second paragraph introduces the idea that there are these different types of documents that are not necessarily quote unquote decision documents. And then the fifth paragraph is kind of talking about what's important about them. And you could maybe smush the two together, but I'm not sure which sentence or sentences you would delete.
Right. It's just when it's split like that, it's like when I was just reading through it, it was like, okay, well, why are we going back to this topic instead of having this conversation in paragraph 2?
What if?
Right. Yeah.
That works better.
Okay. Liz is proposing it paragraph by paragraph, and we have the time, so let's just do it and check in.
Okay. Paragraph 1. And what I was going to suggest was going back to what Steve had said about not just does it say what you want it to say, but are there any anticipated speed bumps or things that it could trigger? I hope I didn't put too many words in your mouth, Steve.
I have an edit to the end of this, that first, since we've added that. So after rather than simply when public comment periods are legally required. It gets a little funny the way it is now. Or when decisions legally require public involvement. That might be better. Sorry. It would be when decisions legally require public involvement. And then period. I think that's better.
Paragraph 2, which
I
is
have a question.
Emmett, what's on your mind?
Yeah. What do you mean by what do we mean by public values?
Well, the board came up with some values back in 2012. So those would be one source.
I would say values like do no harm, protect the river. They're usually overarching foundational ideas that can be applied to anything or something specific. Does that help?
Kinda.
Are you looking for an example or more just wondering if that's not specific enough?
Yeah, it's kind of, well, it's pretty broad. I just, when you say, to me, when I look at it, I say public values, and I'm looking at the different communities that we have, what are their values? Are they all the same?
Well, we're not saying that they need to have one set of values from all of the public. We are suggesting in our advice specifically that they engage a broad and diverse set to obtain their values. And they may not all agree, but we're just saying you need to gather them.
Do you mean in that first sentence, Emmett?
Yes.
It does read funny there. I remember coming up. I think I was the one that introduced this idea. I think it was really just the public values of partnership and collaboration. I think, or you could just take it out there. It's more that it's an opportunity to recommit to partnership and collaboration with the public, but it does seem like that could be more clear.
I like what you just said, partnership and collaboration with the public.
Yeah. Good catch, Emmett.
Thank you.
Okay. We ready for paragraph 2? Which is a marriage of paragraphs 2 and 5. I'm not seeing anybody in the queue. Are we going to go to paragraph 3?
Let's do.
Anyone? Next paragraph is the example paragraph. Last paragraph of
yeah. Just because I think it might come up. I understand what we're talking about, but I know that agencies have said, but we did do public involvement on Central Plateau. We just didn't do it right before we put it out. So I don't know, the non-existent piece of that is complicated by like what timeline you're referring to.
Is the concept you're struggling with? So in the NEPA context, there's sort of a thought of at some point an analysis goes stale, for lack of a better word. Is the concept you're grappling with, at what point does a public involvement process, I don't want to say go stale, but need to be redone or checked in with or something along those lines?
Yeah. Could we say we're lacking? Or we could just say we're incomplete. I mean, I'm fine with saying non-existent because I think, but I just think it could create an unnecessary conversation with the full board. If someone's saying, did they really not do anything? Well, they did do this thing. It was just a long time ago.
Right. So there was what, a 5-year lag?
5 or 6.
Number of years.
Yeah. Significant.
Significantly past their expiration date.
Yeah.
That was the term I was searching for. Does public involvement have an expiration date?
Or, yeah, significantly separated in time from, you know.
And it's hard because we're referring to 2 separate things and trying to qualify them as one.
Yeah.
So that's why I think just general term is probably better there. But I'm just thinking we could just say we're, I mean, I think inadequate is also, but I know there's some feelings about that word. I don't know. Lacking it could say, for example, the board found the recent public involvement to be lacking in the Department of Energy strategic vision. I can type it in. Did you find that?
Is it something like that?
No, I was thinking of like earlier. So, for example, the board.
No.
At the very beginning of the sentence.
Okay.
The board found the recent public involvement to be lacking. For and then just Department of Energy. So you could just take out 2 such documents. I think.
Yeah.
And then we can define the lacking. I think we do talk about it later.
Well, that's what's in the detailed background that we're proposing to just make an appendix to the advice, basically. For those who are interested in, this is a very, very brief background of where this is all coming from. And if people want to know, well, what was it about that was lacking? Then there will be some sort of historical record, especially 10 years from now, if people are looking back at this advice and they want to know, well, what happened? It'll be there somewhere, just not right out front as the focus. We want to make the focus instead what we want to see.
I actually think there might need to be one more edit there. So it says, for example, the board found the public involvement activities to be lacking for. I don't know if activities is the right word. because recent gets dated as soon as you write something.
How about lack significant opportunity?
Could you say that again, please?
How about lacked opportunity for contribution or significant contribution? Just
Well, it's not only contribution for the Central Plateau principles. It's, you know, what's the right word? You know, going back and notifying us how prior advice shaped the present output.
Yeah, the board found lack of public involvement. I don't know.
I kind of like it the way it has been revised. Steve, what are you trying to fix about it?
Well, just so that it flows a little bit better, but same thing.
Okay.
Without distorting, yeah, the idea of what we're trying to get across.
I do think we need recent to come out just because it does, unless we use a specific date.
I agree.
It's complicated.
Although the 10-year strategic vision is now an annual document. And so they may wonder, you could say the first.
Or the past years. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could say the past years.
For 2020.
Yeah, the 2020 public, or yeah, it just, there's something weird about the way it reads now, which we might just have to deal with after lunch, or I don't know when if we come back to this, I can't remember.
Well, we're almost to the advice portion, so.
Yeah.
It's the beauty of.
And the letter will be dated. So if you say the past years and the date on the letter is June 2021, then it's not.
I think that solves it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're good. We can move on. For me, from my point, if other people want to stay here.
You ready for the closing paragraph of background?
Motherhood and apple pie.
All right. So you've got 5 advice points. Number 1.
Does that C make sense to people when we say formal adoption? It's implied that it's of the document, but I'm just checking because it makes sense to me, but I wonder if it would to everyone.
But you've got here you're talking about especially for issues, and this piece at the end is implying adoption. I mean, you don't adopt issues, you tend to adopt things like documents and policies and.
Right. I think it's fine to leave it out, just flagging it.
Okay.
We could say, especially for issues or products or, something like that. Issues or outputs, issues or documents, just to be inclusive. And then you could infer that adoption is related to the document.
And this probably needs to be HAB. I hope Joshua thinks that's okay. He's my tech editor guy. You ready to go to number 2?
Let's do. And we're so close here. Both the end of advice and to lunch. I don't know where to go here.
You want to just keep on going? And I mean, we've got open forum after lunch and open table.
Let's just see how we do here. If we hit any speed bumps that take us longer than 5 minutes, then we'll break. But I just want to see where we're at.
I think if we could get through this too, but we do need to go through what we want to be in the appendix, because we're saying that that would be a consensus document, and we need to be really clear that what the PIC is recommending, or it's just going to be no one understanding what we're proposing at the full board.
You're right. You're right. So we will not get through all this before lunch. We're going to be picking it up again, given that 12:15 just dinged. Assuming that members of the PIC are able to come back after lunch to continue this conversation, let's go ahead and do that. Sound all right?
Right. So back at 1:30, and we did, open forum was listed as 60 minutes, and part of that was to be the buffer so that you would have time to continue work on the advice.
Yep.
So, all right.
Cool. Thank you. We'll see you again in a little bit.
All right. Bye.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Bye.
So just so folks know, the recording is on and the transcript is on, because you ought to know that it's being recorded. That's impressive. So is the screen sharing not working? What happened?
I see your screen.
You do? Okay. Interesting. My other 2 screens aren't showing the screen. Oh, there it is. Okay, that one. One of the reasons I have more than one computer going is to see what you see on the screen.
So Ruth, is this the new official platform, Teams? Because this is the first time we've used this.
Right. So at contract change, folks, we had a conversation about what online platform made sense to use going forward. There was a huge push to make sure that people could use computer audio and not have to dial in on the phone and dial in on the computer. This platform also allows for recording of meetings, which is in the new contract. It offers transcription service that we're still trying to figure out if that's going to be helpful or not. It tracks who's on easier so we can do better accounting of attendance. There are a couple things it doesn't do terribly well. So this is what, my 6th meeting with Teams, and we're sort of working the bugs out. So I have appreciated people's patience as we get Teams up and running for the HAB. We're hoping that it'll support the group in more ways than just online meeting stuff.
I figured out how to get my last name in there, but it did dump me just inadvertently once this morning already. So if I disappear, I don't know. May need to upgrade my computing horsepower here.
I did actually upgrade my gigawatts. It's here. We do also have a tech team at Street Legal, and they log in at about half an hour before meetings to help people get more comfortable with it. And I have them on speed dial if something happens in the middle of a meeting.
Cool.
So we're getting there. It's just going a little bit slower than we had hoped. So, Jeff, are you ready?
Yep. All right, we're gonna carry on with the specific advice points. This is the opportunity for members of the committee to voice any concerns or recommendations.
All right. So if you all come to consensus that you want to send the document forward to the June board meeting, this is the meeting where you would make that decision. And then it would go on to the board. So we are on point number 2. The suggestion earlier was to add the word diverse. Thoughts, comments on number 2?
Nope.
You ready to go to number 3?
Let's do it.
Okay, I normally really hate the concept of silence means agreement, but that's kind of how we're operating at the moment.
Well, really, number 3 is the big ask, I think, more than anything else.
It's going to raise arguments of actionability, but there's also the you don't get what you don't ask for.
Mm-hmm.
I see a hand raised.
Ah, good catch. Actually, a couple. Stan, Branch?
Can you hear me, Ruth?
Yeah.
Back on number 2, I see the word and diverse was added in. I caught some of the discussion, but what is the basis or, I guess, genesis of including the word diverse?
Anyone want to speak to that? Or do you want me to interpret the conversation I heard?
Stan, I'll just offer, when you say broad, that implies to me geographic broadness, but diverse also implies the communities and perspectives that you're bringing in as well. So it's just multiple dimensions of what kind of outreach you're doing and what kind of values you are soliciting.
Okay, all right. I think public kind of captures that, but that would give you that. But I thought some of the conversation I heard this morning was surrounded around including ethnicities and things like that. But okay, got it.
Yeah, I don't think that's not part of it. I think you could certainly interpret it that way. I think that is part of it.
Dan Solitz.
Good afternoon. On the point that we're discussing now, I think it's number 3. Yeah. If this advice is accepted, who is it going to go to? I mean, this is the 10-year thing is not the local DOE. It's the national DOE. So, and are they required to respond to our advice?
Actually, based on that EM nationwide strategic plan meeting, there, in addition to our normal recipients, there is an EM strategic plan USDOE headquarters input email that we should send it to, as well as the assistant secretary.
Yeah. There is a practical aspect to this, which is that the 10-year vision is being updated every year. The one we're commenting on here was the 2020, but the 2021 just came out, what, the other day, right? Or it's been out for a little bit. So they're constantly revolving. And so part of me thinks, well, we don't really want them to reopen the 2020 vision, do we? We just want them to do a better job for whatever one they're working on right now. But the principles and practices, I mean, that one has agency signatures, and Jerry, my understanding is like the push there is to say, wait a minute, give the public a chance here.
Right.
So is that one advice point or two?
I think it's in here, really.
Can we reasonably expect a response?
Look at number
from that
5. I
bullet?
think it captures what Jeff just said.
Should we take out reopening the 10-year vision from number 3 then, and let number 5 carry that instead, and make whatever changes we need to number 5 to make it fit what you want?
That would work. That would be clear.
Yeah, I think that's clear.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, and we should take out the word both in number 3 as well. Yeah, and number 5, I actually think that reads well just as it is. We want to have annual input.
Should it say annual draft revisions? Or does it matter? To like say that there would be a difference between the draft and the final?
Just suggest we participate early.
Yeah, maybe like early formal review and comment.
Which a draft implies.
So are we good with number 3?
Yep.
Okay. I'm being very linear. Let's look at number 4.
And my understanding is that this is on the books, that this is something that we would actually expect to see in the wrap soon, right?
Tom, can you speak to that?
We have requested a brief on it. It's not scheduled to be supported yet.
Okay. Well,
I think that's the current status.
I would offer my perspective, just my own, that if this got on the books in an agenda for a wrap meeting before the June deadline for passing this, I would propose just removing this advice point.
There is no wrap meeting before June.
But maybe there could be an agenda for June.
Yeah.
So that's a carrot for DOE, I guess. If we can get this sucker on the books, then it doesn't have to be advice.
Well, Jeff, and I'm glad that you brought that up. This is possible that you could use this as a committee discussion. So, Tom, if you wanted to schedule this, kind of like what Bob did yesterday with the GAO report, and talk about a document that's already out. We don't need to schedule, we don't need to work on presentations or whatever. We can get a couple of folks who could possibly talk to it. That might help. Something to consider.
Yeah. I think my concern there is the difference between what this document is and what advice, what is it, 283 was talking about, is the rascal teams. I don't think they were included in it during that last run through. So I'd want to have some kind of presentation on the rascal team. But yeah, that's an idea. You know, we've already got a pretty full docket for August, but we could probably fit something else in, but it would be a long day.
Yeah, we can figure out a way to make it work.
Okay.
So I guess I'd offer the idea that if the wrap is satisfied by June, that you're going to have the conversation about the Central Plateau Principles document, then I would probably advocate that we don't need to repeat the request here.
Yeah, we could also include that in the committee of the whole on end states as part of the reference material for that discussion. Was it next year?
Wasn't the idea that we're looking
Super
for a
rare.
specific connection between the 2015 advice and what actually came out of the document?
Yeah, you're right.
Ah.
Now I can't see the document, so I don't know what the next advice point was.
I think Ruth said she needed to step away.
Yeah.
So I think we just need to give her a minute.
Okay.
The video delay is. So, I don't know
Yeah,
if
I'm gonna go get a mirror and hold it up and just see what happens.
Like it's so slow. I don't know if it is for anyone else. Just like, ugh.
There was that video of the newscaster in Minnesota that popped on the web yesterday where, yeah.
There you go. It's all backwards.
It's funny.
You know, I've got the advice open. Maybe I could just say what the next one is.
Yeah. Well, number 5, we were on number 4. Number 5 was the EM headquarters bring the public in on the 10 years, which I thought looked good.
I might want to say in between formal and review, add timely. Or timely.
We did say review. Early formal review. So would you rather say formal timely than early formal?
8 days is a formal review.
Really?
Right. It was we formally want the primary seat of your seat to review it. So it's just the clearer we can be, the less ambiguous the response will be.
Ample. How about ample?
Sufficient. Sufficient would be
sufficient. Eye of the beholder.
Oh my God, you guys, seriously.
Do you like sufficient better? I like sufficient better.
Yeah, but we don't have anyone
sufficiently
making
lengthy. How about that?
How about plenty of time?
There you go. Just a handful of nickel words rather than a 50-cent piece.
A formal review with plenty of time or something along those lines.
Dig it. And then point 6 is the one about advises the agencies to have a visioning process with the public on Hanford cleanup end states. Could be a joint public workshop and committee of the whole format or a daytime evening mix. A good first step would be to schedule the committee of the whole on end states with the HAB and work together to design the conditions for successful discussion.
It's already been scheduled.
Has it?
Well, I think
it's on the draft calendar.
I
the committee of the whole is on the draft calendar, but I do not think. I think we've only verbally talked about it being the committee of the whole on states.
And we didn't come out of the leadership workshop with any commitments from DOE, so we're still waiting to hear what can actually be supported and when.
I think
Well, the amendment is for a committee of the whole. Agreeing on the agenda is next. So what that's saying is we agree there needs to be that kind of discussion. And at some point in the very near future, we should really work on an agenda. We already have an IM team for that. So we can start working that part anytime. That might be also something that we can start talking about at the end of board meetings during board business or whatever. So there's no reason to not start working on an agenda for that now.
That's a good idea. Maybe we haven't made our agenda for the June meeting yet, right? Maybe we spend a little bit of time in June planning this end states committee of the whole. And then this is another advice point that doesn't need to be any advice because we're handling it at that meeting.
Well, we lose that one sentence.
Yeah, unless DOE wants an easy win where we ask for something and DOE says yes, which could be.
It's actionable.
You ask for something, here we go, here you go.
I like it. I like it.
It's called collaboration. I know it's a dirty word, but hey, you know, that's what we're trying to get to.
It's good.
So Ruth, we added in advice point 5 after formal or review after review with plenty of time, I think is what we said.
With plenty of time for comment. How about that?
That's good.
It's another ambiguous one, and I was almost being sarcastic, but you're right. When you look at it, at least they're giving something.
Yeah. And then number 6, we were just talking about maybe we include committee of the whole planning to a portion of the June full board meeting. Let it be something where everyone gets to have a bit of a voice in how we do it and what people want to hear in that committee of the whole, since it is going to be for everybody. And then let the issue management team take that feedback and negotiate the specifics. But then if that does get put on the June agenda, maybe we don't need to have number 6. I don't know. How does the committee feel about making that decision today? Because the question is, do we have number 6 in the version that goes to the full board and then we delete it in the meeting in June to say, look, yay, we're here, we're going to do it.
Yep. If it's done, it's done. If it's not, it stays.
Okay.
Yeah. The other piece of this that's not captured though is the visioning process with the public.
Yeah.
I mean, we explain it, but if we do want more public involvement, not just HAB involvement, that would be something to talk through, but I'm fine either way.
You're right. Yeah. I think that would be part of the design discussions at the June meeting.
Tom?
This whole June conversation's got my brain spinning. This is 283 was consensus advice. It's not the domain of the RAP, although, you know, I mean, Tanks has a role to play. Everybody does. What if we tried to get that conversation in June? Since we're not making slides, we're just having a conversation about how advice 283 that was consensus advice was incorporated.
To what degree do you think Emmy is a key player in that discussion, since she's going to be on detail? And she's been pretty active in talking about this.
2016.
I know John Price has some slides and has talked about it before.
And Craig would probably be, Craig Cameron might be able to fill in for EPA there, or because he's like the Rascal team guy for EPA.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's an idea.
I'm
Yeah.
looking at the advice, and Dennis Falk is retired from EPA. Jane Hedges is retired from ecology.
No, this is,
Yeah.
I like the idea. When are we going to decide what's in the June meeting? I mean, it's going to be here before we know it, right? Is it too late to do it that way instead of have it be another thing we toss over the fence?
Right now, in addition to the usual updates and reports, this advice and Gary, what presentations are queuing up? If I were to tell you what's on my desk, I'd say there's room for the conversation, but I don't know what's on the minds of the TPA agencies because we haven't talked about it yet.
Well, we're also putting together a DF law brief. We've done it at the Tank Waste Committee, but we primarily limited ourselves to critical path, things like that. What we're doing is taking it a little bit broader, since DF law is more than just tanks and more than just the waste treatment plant. So the intent is to take that discussion a little bit broader. It's kind of like a Hanford 101 training session to kind of show some integration between a lot of different things. But it's a 1 hour discussion, so it's not a full DF law. It's kind of a instead of a 101, maybe 100 and a half. It hits many of the points at a higher level.
So if I block out intellectually TPA updates, the DF law presentation, say that's the first morning, after lunch is this advice, the next morning our committee reports and the advice in some order, that leaves a block the afternoon of the first day for a something, which could be this discussion.
Well, we need to also put in time to at least start framing some questions for committee of the whole. And we also need to have some time to talk about the work plan and calendar for the entire board. So I would see probably we've got a full agenda now throwing in those items, because I would see the discussion about the work plan and calendar probably no less than an hour and maybe a 90-minute block. And I think we need at least a 1 hour block to start framing what we want the committee of the whole to look like.
Yeah.
That'll all fit though.
I don't know if we'd be able to get to an agenda for committee of the whole. In fact, that's not really my thought for now, but at least start that discussion, because we haven't had one for a while. We've got it on the books. What do we want it to look like? And I think that probably at least over the next couple of board meetings, we need to talk about committee of the whole and what that will look like, so we can line up whatever speakers we need. If we are at the position of being able to have face-to-face next spring, it's too far out to determine that. But some logistics behind that, but what it is that we really want to talk about and get something out of it, rather than just more conversation.
Okay. Well,
that makes sense.
Yeah, that if there's no other advice or presentations, we can fit in the work plan and calendar for FY22 and a committee of the whole set of framing questions. That's about a day and a half meeting. And I'm literally doing it on the back of a napkin. But it's fitting on the napkin.
Just keep Bob's coffee cup away from your napkin.
Oh yeah, no, I don't drink coffee, so no. So I've got Tom, Liz, and Jeff. Tom,
I was just,
Cecilia.
yeah, I was just thinking, if we're able to do sort of this advice 283 thing in the afternoon of the first day, that'll sort of prime people's pumps to talk about end states and committee of the whole the second day. You'll get them thinking about some of the same topics.
Yeah, there's a logical flow.
And Gary, I think, were you thinking with the DF law talk, is that sort of the infrastructure presentation you were talking about with RAP?
Not necessarily, but some. There will be some, but it's not kind of a full discussion. We're still working on that presentation right now.
Okay.
I mean, this gives me enough to put together a straw draft for a June board meeting, which we would have to have for the EIC call in a couple weeks anyway. So I've got Liz and Jeff.
Yes. So the board meeting's in 3 weeks, right?
Board meeting is the 9th of June.
So 4 weeks from today. I'm wondering, because we have had quite a bit of conversation about the committee of the whole already. It's just been a really long time. It seems like it would be helpful to have a issue manager call to just go over the framing questions that we generated the first round. Have that conversation so that we're bringing something to that full board meeting and not trying to have a full board issue manager meeting, which I think would be not the best plan. Or even issue manager team generate a, yeah, you're saying, haha, Liz, it is a full board issue manager team.
That planning group is like,
I know. It's not as big as the full board though.
No, but the various versions of those framing questions are really, really long. They're not concise enough to design a good board conversation.
Exactly. That's why I think having an issue manager, have the issue manager team meet in the next 2 weeks, work on framing a question that you bring to the full board meeting, have an hour, even if it's a sounding board on a question, that might be better than trying to use the board time to plan something, or, you know what I mean?
Well, nothing's stopping us from having a meeting independently of the agencies and inviting them. And if they come, great. That we're in the new realm of freedom. So
right. But
we haven't talked as an IM group. Yeah.
Because my experience with this bunch of folks is they have not come together in focus yet. It's still in buckshot. And maybe there've been other conversations that I haven't been a part of, but the last few times it has not been focused.
Well, maybe it's a 3-part, like a informal, let's just look at this list and see if we can get a little bit more clarity about what we want this to look like. Maybe it has something to do with this, maybe it doesn't. What we've generated in the past is long lists. Have a more formal call that DOE and EPA and Ecology are part of, and Ruth, and then it feeds into the board meeting. But I just feel like just starting with the board meeting is going to be trouble.
Does somebody have, I hate asking this question, but I don't have any of the electronic files. Does somebody have that laundry list of questions?
Weren't they in meeting notes?
If they're in meeting notes, we can dig them up. Yeah.
It was like June of last year or something like that, or 2 years ago now. I don't even remember.
Yeah, no, you're right. If they're in a meeting summary, they are findable.
Yeah, Liz is going to check.
Good catch. Good catch.
How are we doing on time and topics? I feel like this is good. We're planning out the board's business, but I want to make sure we're not losing sight of what we're doing here.
So we've got about a half hour before we want to check in with other people who might want to offer something.
Right. So, okay, we have a half hour. We are in open forum. I do want to leave opportunity for people if you have any other topics you'd like to bring up as part of open forum. We have one last thing to talk about with this advice as I see it, and then we can, I guess, speak up of providing consensus or not. And that's what's on the next page, which is I don't remember what we decided to call it. Yeah, the background detail. This is the stuff that we cut from the older version of the advice. It basically explains in greater detail what prompted us to make this advice. We went back and forth on whether to keep it or not keep it. We are proposing, and this is the issue management team proposing for the committee, that we keep it as part of the advice, but at the end as kind of an appendix. We call it background detail or whatever you want. And the reason to do that would be, imagine it's the year 2030 and people want to look back on old HAB advice the same way that we look back at old 10-year-old HAB advice. And you want to know why in the world we even wrote this advice to begin with. Or imagine you're somebody at headquarters and this advice has just come through and you're catching sight of it, and we make some kind of generic allusion to these two documents that we found lacking, and you want to know, well, what was lacking about it? That's where this would live. So open to thoughts.
Tom, Cecilia?
I like the idea of including sort of reference or supplemental information. I think it might be better suited as maybe a couple slides when the advice is being introduced. That would then be part of the meeting minutes. So it's immortalized, but if it's attached to the advice, then everyone has to agree on it. So it has to get wordsmithed because it's part of the consensus advice. So that's sort of the issue that we've had before with appendices.
Steve Anderson, what are you thinking?
Well, I think it's absolutely appropriate to have this. My only thought, and I'm just kind of speaking out loud, my brain dump was, boy, this is really the nexus for why we've written the page. Somehow this needs to be almost read first and understood first as to why, as opposed to we're talking and everybody's wondering, what are we talking about? And then we say, and this is why we're talking about this, because here are the obvious things that we're trying to point out that we could do better on. So I'm trying to figure out how, the thrust is really what we're saying up front, but it's all based on this, and somehow this should be understood before they read what it is we have to say. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I've got thoughts on it, but Liz, go ahead.
Oh, you can go first, Jeff.
Okay. Steve, the idea that we need to know what the problem was before we get into the advice, I can see that argument, but I think ultimately I don't agree with it. I think that in our first page, we keep it more as like our vision of how things ought to be. And that even if you didn't have this background detail, we would still be of the mind that change of transition with administration change is an opportunity to recommit to public involvement. And whenever you get, and that that public involvement doesn't stop with just what's legally required, and that there are certain kinds of documents that we want to make sure we're a part of. And we do say in the advice that we found the public involvement lacking. So, you know, they do know the why, they just don't know the down and dirty. And the idea here would be that there's enough specificity in this background detail so that if there was someone from one of the agencies who just disagreed with the premise and said, well, we think we did a fine job, that this would be something to allow some self-reflection there.
No, that's very good. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate the inputs. I concur.
I was just going to say that it's not actually that long to get consensus on. I think we have one piece of advice coming to the June board meeting, and if it just takes us an extra half hour to get through this, I don't think that should be a barrier to us having it in here. And really the main reason we moved it was because we were trying to take Gary's input, which was look at, you know, is there a way for this to be a little bit shorter? And, you know, our discussion was like, well, we think this is important detail, so maybe we could move it into this other section. Let's see if it still works. But we want to make sure that context is available to anyone reading this, you know, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years in the future. So I really don't think it will take that much longer to get consensus from the full board. The tricky thing is for the PIC to get through it today so that we have it's coming out of committee with everyone's agreement.
Tom?
Yeah, this feels like the recurring question of who is the audience of the advice and how much do we need to hold their hand. I think this is important context. I'm wondering if the reader of the advice will have enough energy in it to go back and read the context. Maybe if we want to link the advice to the information and the information was, say, in a meeting minutes, we could actually refer at the bottom of the advice and say, for further context, see meeting minutes for this meeting. And that way it's linked on the record without having to have an extra 2 pages that the people who think advice is supposed to be a page and a half will complain about.
Tom, you know, my thought is I'm prepared to accept that as an outcome of the board discussion, but we were kind of thinking, let's not make that our opening gambit.
Yep.
Let's make the opening gambit. It all comes together, and then the whole board gets it and gets to read it ahead of the meeting. So it's not up to us trying to explain it right in PowerPoint slides. And then if the board says, you know, we're not going to get consensus on this, or it's going to take too long, or we, you know, like you said, we prefer to see it in meeting notes and referenced, then we can certainly go that way.
Yeah.
It's just where do you want to start?
Yeah, I would say definitely lean on this though when it is being presented to the board, because it is a lot of good information that really explains why it's needed. That chances are that even board members aren't going to read the full document before the board meeting because that's a lot to be asked.
Yeah, I feel like, yes, I hear you, but I'm also, I'm weary of lessening our expectations of each other. Our expectations of the agencies, our expectations of other board members, and then tailoring what we're doing on an expectation that it will not be favorably received. But you may well be right. What do people think? It requires the consensus of our committee to move forward to the board. I think the issue management team's proposal was to leave it in, but if anyone here feels strongly enough that it really doesn't belong in here at this stage, we will listen.
Can we scroll to the, so we can see the rest of it?
The other question is actually a question that Steve Anderson asked before lunch about not only having the words say what you want the words to say, but what would you anticipate the board reacting to, either positive or negative? So thinking about, you know, the group of 32 seats, are there things in here that would resonate, or are there things in here that would cause heartburn?
Definitely. Yeah. We tried to smooth out the burrs in our last revision. Hopefully we did that while still, it's a fine line, right? How do you express a dissatisfaction without making it feel too aggressive?
And I think we did that, Jeff. I just thought more eyes may have a different perspective in on that question.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything too controversial in this section. I think it'd be fine to leave in for the board to consider, just with the understanding that there are those that might want it to be a 2-page document and not see the value of in the reference material.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although strategically having it as an attachment might provide the broader group an easier decision of include or not include if the full group has a preference. And I don't have a good crystal ball for that one.
We mostly just need to make sure that the pick has a plan, like how we're introducing it, and that it's coming out of the call today, or the meeting today, with consensus. And a lot of us are on the issue manager team, so if anyone has an issue with anything that's in this part, it would be helpful to find that out.
Well,
go ahead, Steve.
Oh, no worries. I'm just going to say that I think, to Liz's point, it is good that we're, going over this again so that we can probably, Jeff specifically, thank you, leader at the helm. How are you going to introduce this? Because we know that will be the frontmost in everybody's mind is the length of this and why. And so your explanation, I think, to my point previous, I think was a very good way of introducing it before people get too weighed down in its length. So we, just addressing that up front is probably going to be to our advantage to getting everybody to recognize the importance for the supplemental material.
Okay. Well, we've now gone through it all. I would like to propose, and we'll ask and see if anyone does not consent to this, that we send the advice as revised today to the full board for consideration. And I will provide an introduction of what we were thinking with regard to this background detail, both its value and the options for how we might incorporate it. But that this is what we would like people to read before coming to that discussion. Would anyone not consent to that as the approach?
Jeff, this is Gary.
Yes.
I know that you've made a bunch of several revisions on the top side of the document. Does the backup now match what you have in the top side? Because I know that we've done some editing, considered dropping a couple of points. Are you now matching what you're proposing on the top half of the document?
I think so. Is there anything that sticks out to you that may not fit?
Not really, but then again, I don't have a voice on the advice. I'm only trying to collaborate and stay within my little box.
Yeah,
I'm more asking that question, knowing that might come up in committee discussion or board discussion rather.
Mm-hmm.
Just making sure that they are the same.
Yep. Go ahead, Tom.
I was just saying, I just did a read through of the back section with the new changes in mind, and everything still supports the topics as presented on the first 2 pages. And there isn't really a lot of opinion in the back section, so it's really just a series of fact statements that support the arguments on the first couple pages. So I think it still works.
Thank you. Okay, last opportunity. Any other thoughts from this committee? And if you have anything, please let me know. If not, I do want to make sure that we at least see if anyone else has any other open forum ideas that maybe we'll try to figure out how to make some time for today.
This is Stan. Just got one more comment that Gary was just speaking of. If you go down to the 4th paragraph where it starts with any meaningful strategic plan, know that in that second sentence you had put the word diverse in there somewhere. So that's the thing that Gary was talking about, making sure those things mirror up with what you had written and made changes to previously.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Do we need to repeat that? We could take that whole paragraph out of the back.
Yeah, the 4th paragraph where it says any meaningful strategic plan for the major, that one. You had made some changes to, I think, the previous section above where you had incorporated the word diverse in there, etc. So just, again, Gary and I are kind of the fly on the wall. We just want to make sure that what you submit is consistent with what you're writing above.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Just speaking for me, I could live to lose this paragraph. Is Jerry still around? Do you think that would be?
I know this is a big deal for him, so
Isn't it almost the exact same text as in the first 2 pages?
Let's see.
If it's repeated, then we don't.
Okay, I'm going to make you slightly nauseated.
Well, my point was that was more of an opinion statement than a factual background textual statement.
Yeah.
So that's why
here.
I'm okay losing it.
This is where you added diverse.
I agree with Jeff. It's not really the support statement to the first 2 pages. It's reiterates.
So the question is, do you then want to keep it here in this additional supplemental information?
My concern is that if we delete it right now and Jerry doesn't know why, he may wonder, well, what's this all about? I wish he was here to hear this conversation. Just to understand the purpose here. But Or we just stick a pin in this and maybe it gets deleted at full board too.
Well, then we should add diverse.
How the diverse public will be engaged. That sounds a little, I wasn't actually proposing that, but I don't know how to say it.
I think it's fine to say how the public will be engaged, because if you
Yeah,
have a plan, that's going to identify your audience.
Yep.
Right. The how of how the public will be engaged, we want them to be engaged broadly and with a diverse spectrum.
Inclusive.
There you go. Thank you. So it's still, I think it still holds together without adding that.
I mean, you could say public be inclusively engaged. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think that those couple lines fit with the rest of the appendix myself. But I understand why they're there.
Well, since Jerry isn't here, Tom, what I'd like to propose, you're not on the committee, so you get to speak and like suggest changes to this advice.
I am on the committee. I just have to defer my vote to you.
Ah, darn it. Well, still. You're not voting today, so that means you can take pot shots at it in June.
Fair enough.
How about that?
Hey, Jeff, wasn't that Ginger's comment
Which?
about diverse?
Might have been Ginger. I think it was coming from you as well, though, wasn't it?
But Ginger was the first to mention that.
Yes, but I'm not supposed to give input, so.
I was just going to say, yeah, but Ginger's not on the committee, so. We enjoy hearing you, Ginger, but we don't have to do what you say. Other thoughts?
I'm hearing a reluctance to delete it, given that Jerry's not a part of this conversation and pieces of this are close to his heart. I've heard the suggestion that all 4 pages be sent to the full board for consideration at the June meeting, and that Jeff provide an introduction to the advice to help set the context for how this came about. Is that where we ended up?
Or would this paragraph be better suited to the front section and either incorporated in that portion, because it is probably a bit more appropriate there.
Yeah, send it to the A-team.
I'd be okay with that.
Okay, so if we moved it.
I'd put it after so many foundational decisions. Maybe.
Yeah.
But see, these are almost saying the exact same thing. So
they are. So I thought one would replace the other, or we'd wordsmith it down to being 1 as opposed to 2. But I did like the way this one read, that on the second support side, I mean, it was just a little bit more direct.
I don't know. I feel like the first version is pretty direct too.
Yeah, you're right.
But I like your point that we already do say it in the front matter. Do we need to say it a second time in a slightly different way in the background? That makes me feel a little more comfortable removing it from the background.
Yeah, because it's it's not supporting it, and that's what we say. This follow-up is why we're doing it.
Yeah. I guess now, I don't know if anyone else feels strongly, but I'm more okay deleting it now because I've seen that we did repeat the same idea in the main body.
What do you think,
Amen.
Liz?
Okay,
Liz,
out it goes.
Liz,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw the
sorry,
thumbs
I
up.
gave a thumbs up.
All right.
Okay, well, it is 2:30. I didn't hear anyone object, so I'm going to take that as consensus that we can put this out to the full board. And if anyone disagrees, shout right now. Okay, we're good. Next on our agenda, right on time. Well, before we get into public comment, let me just do a check. Did anybody have a topic you wanted to bring to open forum that we didn't get to talk about? I just want to know if we're skipping anybody.
You know, the only one that we talked about was diversity and what it means and everything. And your suggestion was that maybe we need to have a separate conversation regarding that.
Yeah, and that was a conversation that you and I had, and I agree. Why don't we talk about that with the committee business, where we're talking about topic requests for future meetings? And
Sounds good.
That's coming up in a half an hour. Okay, so next up, Tom, we're going to do topic requests at 3. So going to be around then? Good. All right. Public comment opportunity. Do we have any members of the public on the meeting today?
That would include people who are in the membership package and aren't formally appointed to the HAB yet, but want to contribute ideas. And RAP is beginning to call this, instead of public comment, it's calling it open table. Those who are seated at the table and those who are not, and they open up the table for folks to share perspectives.
I like it.
Yeah.
Just because public comment has requirements and open table doesn't.
Right. We don't want to accidentally put DOE in a place where they've got to put Federal Register notices in for all the committee meetings.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
I'm bringing up the rear on this one, but I understand now.
Yeah. So the idea is to be open and 30% less bureaucratic.
Lovely.
Forgive me, Gary.
Now,
So
actually, you're spot on, because given the environment that we're in, anything to cut through that is much appreciated.
So, all right. Yeah. Open table for anyone in the room, open forum for members of the committee is the splitting the difference. Well, I would suggest going to page 2. HAB member self-assessments. If we don't have folks who want to jump in at this moment.
I think that's good. All right. So purpose of this topic for people who maybe have not been around to see it a lot. What we used to do quite a lot was at the end of every meeting, we would talk about any interactions we had with people outside of the board related to Hanford. And that could be anything from someone at the grocery store that you talk to about Hanford, to giving a presentation at a school, to, you know, any old thing. And it looks like Tom is going to kick us off and show us how it's done. So go ahead, Tom.
So Monday of this week, which feels like a month ago, I gave a presentation to the Oregon House, a committee of the Oregon House, and was talking about sort of the history of nuclear energy in the region and nuclear activism in the region. and so was able to bring Hanford in the thread through the, back in the days when Hanford was considered to be a national repository for waste, and N-reactor feeding electricity to the grid, and just sort of, spreading the information. And seemed to be well received, and get doing my bit.
And you can find that online if you want to watch Tom do his thing.
You can see me squirm.
It was entertaining. Is there anyone else who would like to volunteer any self-assessment type information? I'm trying to think. March was our last meeting, just a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know, I was trying to think if there's anything new since then.
Right.
But I know one thing we're struggling with as an organization that does a lot of online events is just like everyone being so tired of being online.
Yeah.
And I think what we're finding is in the timing of events, the lunch hour works really well to grab people, but evenings can be harder to get people to show up because it feels more like a chore to get back on a computer. Which is, and there's just a lot of outstanding questions about what the virtual environment for events, like how that's going to carry over once we can be in person more, because it does allow people, it cuts down on commuting time, especially if it's it seems like it works best for informational, sharing information. And the thing that we talk about, it's the same with the HAB. You don't get any relationship building or connecting with people one-on-one, which having in-person meetings really helps with, or even the ability to do tabling and interact with people and just be able to have those casual conversations that can be a little bit more informal, and make people feel a little more comfortable asking questions that they might not feel comfortable asking like on a recorded event. I did mention earlier that it's just finding the capacity to do it, is working with educators on trying to get Hanford in the classroom more and support any professors or educators that are working with teaching Hanford, incorporating it into curriculum on pretty much any subject level, and then being a place where people can ask, kind of identify if they're looking for a speaker or a connection, and then be able to make those connections, be able to help make those connections. And we've done a lot of, over the years, work with doing student projects, and that was one kind of nice thing that we're doing right now with the School of Public Health, or the Masters in Public Health program at UW. We have 2 students we're working with on a project around, we made the project too big. We're kind of trying to narrow it down around the question of kind of the more rhetorical question: do we have a right to an uncontaminated body? And how could that big question kind of engage people in the question about cleanup and how much contamination we leave behind? What does that mean for future bodies? So they're kind of investigating that through the lens of future land use scenarios. But it's been interesting to, have 2 people who didn't know anything about Hanford engaging with us. So hopefully at the end of that project, we'll have some public tools to share about those future land use scenarios, to try to demystify that process, because I don't even understand really how those get chosen for inclusion or not. So anyway, that's kind of some of the stuff we're doing, but it is a hard environment right now of Zoom and screen fatigue. So I don't know if other people are experiencing that too.
For sure.
My logistical, I don't know if I would say worry, is the design for online meetings is different than the design for in-person meetings. And I'm seeing as we come out of this and start to return to in-person meetings, that we will probably have more hybrid meetings, and that's a third kind of meeting design and a different kind of being tired. So I'm not sure it's going to be either or. I think there's actually another evolution that we haven't dealt with yet in terms of connection and meeting.
I've got a few, I guess. First off, we've started having outdoor barbecues again at my house, which means, I get to see people outdoors in the backyard again. And, they'll ask me how work is going. And so I get to talk to them a little bit about Hanford. It's always that fine line of, I don't want to bore you, but boy, is there a lot to talk about when it comes to Hanford. And invariably people they get that deer in the headlights look of, man, like this is big stuff, right? And it can just seem kind of overwhelming to them. And eventually just kind of go, well, I'm sure you've got it. And that's how a lot of those kinds of conversations tend to end. Also, Liz, to your student project, I did talk to your students the other day, talked their ear off. We ran out of time. So then they sent me a list of all their other questions. And those are hard questions. They're like cutting to the core of what we're even trying to do at Hanford. And I had to do a bunch of research ahead of time about land use scenarios and how those got chosen and what are the exposure scenarios. And it was actually beneficial for me just getting ready for the interview, how much I learned or relearned that I'd forgotten, going back into all the old documents. Found the old HAB exposure scenarios task force from 2002 and the report from that. And, it echoes a lot of what we're asking for this year. Let's talk about end states. Let's talk about how we're going to get there and what that's all going to mean at the end and when. And oh yeah, we've already talked about all these things 20 years ago, but that just means to me 20 years is too long. We need to keep that conversation alive. On the high level waste front, Liz, you had talked about how you guys put out your FAQ. Was that last week? This week? I don't remember. We are also working on just a clarification of what our key positions and interests are related to that. The idea being the hope that we'll get to a place where everyone is willing to come to a table and put their cards down. And we're going to be participants in that. And so, but it's also how do you explain it in such a way that you're being accurate and honest in your position while explaining your position, while also being open to other perspectives. And so that's been a real challenge for our team internally. Hope to have something out soon. And the last one I don't know if I'd call it an opportunity, but I talked to a reporter from the Northwest Public Radio after the B109 leak, just trying to make sense of it all. It speaks to our morning conversation where, there was a focus, not necessarily on what is the conflict here, but more of the, what is the reason why people should care about this? What is the take home? And it was, explain it like you're sitting at the bar with a friend and this thing just happened today and you got to tell them, boy, what a day did I have. That's like the level of engagement a lot of people want to have when something like that happens. The fun of that was that my brother-in-law lives in Puyallup over on the west side, and he heard it on the radio the next morning. Was sending me text messages at 8 a.m. on a Saturday. I found that fun, at least, to get to connect with family over Hanford stuff. So that was mine. I look forward to, doing more in-person stuff, but I'll take what we got. Anybody want to go next?
Ginger's in queue.
Great.
Thank you. Oh, well, it's funny. I don't know what triggered me remembering this. I went to California 2 weeks ago to visit my son, and we were in a outdoor patio having breakfast, and I could hear the people across the way, and the guy was talking about groundwater, and he got to meet Aaron Brockovich, and I'm just like, what do you do? Of course. So, not to embarrass my son, which of course I would have if I'd struck up a conversation with the guy 8 feet away at his table, I waited until he went to the bathroom. So I struck up the conversation then. And he worked for a consulting firm that does groundwater cleanup all around the state of California. And I told him I work on groundwater. Well, I support the groundwater cleanup people at Hanford, and so it was kind of funny. And then I wrote the website on the little piece of paper that comes on the napkin when the napkin's bundled up, the napkin and silverware. And I wrote our website, and I said, yeah, check it out. Go look at our groundwater stuff. And as we were leaving the restaurant, I told my son, hey, I can write that breakfast off now, which of course I can't, but he thought that was pretty funny. So it was interesting. They were like, oh yeah, I've heard of that, but they didn't really know anything about it. And I don't know if any of you have read A Walk in the Woods by Bill Bryson, which is an absolutely hysterically funny book about a guy doing the Appalachian Trail, but he talks about that town in Pennsylvania that has been burning for like 40 years. And they had to vacate the town because parts are collapsing. And I have a master's in environmental science, and I never heard about that town. And it just is astonishing, the really big things that we're all pretty ignorant about around the country as far as environmental contamination and hazards and things like that. So that was my thing.
Steve Anderson.
Yeah, I guess just a couple of notes. Yeah, it is a big shout out to Bill Bryson for sure. Anything that he writes is fantastic. Very detailed, very thorough, very entertaining writer. But in terms of like the environment, when we look at it, it's horrific some of the way we treat it, but it's also extremely fascinating on how well it recovers. And I look at some of the forest fire devastations, and I'm still always curious about what the international global flavor is around radiation. When you think about, I don't know if anybody's read Midnight in Chernobyl or some of Fukushima, but we have a certain perspective, and I think that the worldview is a little bit different, and I'm always curious about how others view what the environment is not only exposed to, but how it resolves the ever-changing tragedy that it's kind of dealt, and whether it's really tragedy or not. So it's I don't know. I do bring up kind of recaps in terms of the things that we discuss with the local business association group. So in terms of outreach, I'll try to definitely plug that in related to the Hanford Live. I'm sure everybody there is familiar with, but it always helps to kind of voice the times and dates again for folks to get it down on their calendars. Unfortunately, I missed the one this week. I had the prior engagements, but I definitely plan to take in the rest and hope I can encourage others to do the same.
Ryan.
Yeah, I was just going to tack on to some of what Ginger said. I actually also traveled about a month or so ago down to Colorado to see some family, and just like I said, I grew up in Selah. Nobody really heard about Hanford, and there's obviously the same out in the Midwest. But I have found people are very interested in what it is when I talk about my job and what we do. So it's just a good opportunity to keep telling more people about Hanford. And And I'm actually, I went to school at the University of Kansas for my undergrad, and I'm going back for my master's starting in summer, but it's going to be an online program, so I can still, work full time from home here. But I thought it might be a good opportunity to maybe share more of our Hanford work, further out east. So hopefully there'll be some projects I can throw the Hanford's name in there.
You're about to get real busy, Ryan.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Closer to Pantex than Hanford.
Kansas way? Yeah.
Depends on what part of Kansas you're in.
It's over in Lawrence, Kansas, about 40 minutes from Kansas City, but it'll be an online program, so I can do it from here.
Anybody else want to chime in with your experiences with talking to people about Hanford or public involvement in general? Maybe in other things where you learned a lesson we could bring over?
Yeah, this is Dan Solitz.
Hey, Dan.
Been spending a lot of time on social media, just kind of sharing Hanford news. There seems to be a lot of really big misunderstandings about the waste and the nature of the waste that we're trying to find a home for. I get a lot of comments like on this nuclear nerds group about, well, why don't we just put it back into a reactor and burn it? The general public perception of what we've got and what we want to try to do with it is just at to me a very, very low level. And I think it's something that the DOE could help with, to kind of help define that, make some decisions on commingling power waste with the high level waste that we have here, and exploring and getting Congress to let them explore finding some more sites. And the more I talk about that in the public forums, I make some progress, but still there's just a huge perception out there that it's all about thorium and molten salt reactors and reburning the stuff. And so I think there's a lot of work in the total nationwide public awareness of what we've got and what we need to do with it. And I think we could make a contribution to that environment, knowledge environment, if we could get the DOE to sort of push an educational program, and also to start looking for more sites, because if we just isolate a few sites to take this stuff, whether it's commercial or weapons waste or legacy waste, the sites themselves, the populations around them, are going to say, well, why me? Why doesn't somebody else do it? And so I think there's a lot of work that we need to be doing in that arena.
Yeah, the nuclear nerd sites that I hang out at, Dan, I hear similar stuff about, well, you could just burn the waste off in a plant. Like, well, no, this is defense waste. We already really monkeyed with it quite a bit. Or on the other side, I'll see a lot of people who say, well, the solution to our nuclear power plant waste is to reprocess it, to dissolve it and remake it. And I think, no, we try, like, you don't even know what kind of a problem this could make. And I think, France, France reprocesses its waste. Well, yeah, but they've also got a pipe going out into the English Channel, and that's where they put all their tech and their iodine. So I don't know that we want to do that either. So yeah, there is a lot of conflation of the nuclear power waste versus the defense waste. But I see it too. And your point about more repositories, I think, who knows where we're going next, but it looks like consent-based citing. And I guess the trick would be, how many sites can you get to volunteer? Because you could have as many places to put it as you get places to volunteer, theoretically.
Yes. And yet, Ryan, a lot of them don't know that the first production nuclear reactor was here.
Double yes.
people look at me like I grew an extra head. What do you mean? It's like, yeah, here. Liz, you had a question about listserv.
Yeah, I'm just curious around communication and, how you're finding, and I don't know, Ginger, how much, and Ryan, how much you two are involved in managing the listserv or reaching out to new people, but I'm just curious how you're finding new people in an online environment, or if you're seeing people drop off listservs, or that it's like all social media based, like how you're getting information out to people, if you're seeing it grow or shrink.
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, we do put the current numbers in the response to comment documents, but I can't remember the last time we pulled the numbers because I don't remember the last time we had a response to comment.
Yeah, I know Dana manages our listserv a lot more. I can say we get notifications because we all get notifications on some listserv stuff, but Dana manages our listserv. But we do get notifications when people drop off of it, which is kind of rare, but we've had a couple the last month or so. But I don't think we get notifications when people join though, only when they drop off.
We get both, and it's just kind of a constant trickle, I would say, both on and off actually. Like, and it'll be like a new employee at Hanford, or, one of the people that was in the HAB packet that was sent up, or, things like that. I definitely, and we've all noticed this, like if they get a barrage of like 2 or 3 messages over a short period, people drop off. I see people dropping off. So we really definitely need to be careful and conscientious about, maybe 3 a week. And actually, Gary, I don't know. I was going to bring this up, and I think it's valuable for the PIC to weigh in. I don't remember historically DOE using the listserv to send out like the EM newsletter or things like that. It was really pretty much kept strictly for tri-party agency sharing. Or, I mean, one of the tri-party agencies related to Hanford, or all 3 of us as a tri-party announcement. And I do worry a little bit about the advent of using it more for general DOE, like the full EM messaging, because I worry that it might be one of those things that is too much for everybody. So I don't know. That's something that the PIC, Liz would have the institutional knowledge, and Susan and stuff, and see what maybe that might be something to talk about in the future.
I remember that it used to be complicated to sign up, and I'm just curious because it's been a while since Hanford Challenge has pushed it out there. If it's helpful to just share, and I can reach out to you directly. But
we haven't pushed it out in a while. I don't think, Ryan, have we? I don't think we have.
Pushed out what again? Sorry.
Just announce the existence of the listserv. Hey, join our listserv.
I don't think it would have. I know, what was it, a year or so ago, I think before COVID actually, Ginger, is when we put the easy kind of sign up link on our public education page for Hanford. And we've got our listserv page that's just on the general agency-wide ecology page that links to all the different ecology listservs. But I don't think we've actually sent anything out in a while for how to join it.
Right. And we were doing, it would be interesting, we might be able to find it in our files. We were doing a postcard every couple of years to the physical mailing list to encourage people to move to the listserv, or just, take us up, even let us know if they don't want to be on the physical mail either, because people tend to just throw it in the garbage and not let us know. So we're paying for postage. And I mean, that was before COVID, the last time we did it. So, because I remember getting people who were calling and saying to take their dead husband off the list.
I wonder if it's helpful to include it in the events at a glance. I don't know if it fits with, with this idea of get Hanford information out to people just having an easy way for people to say, share, if you want people to get information directly from the agencies, they can sign up for the listserv here. And I can get it from you directly, so Hanford Challenge can push it on social media, but it might be something to add to the events at a glance.
I kind of think the events at a glance is sort of the people who are already on the list are the most likely to look at it. I don't know that anybody else would stumble on that.
Oh, right. I'm saying like Liz receives events at a glance. I pull that out, copy paste it into social media,
Okay.
and try to.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that the ladies over at DOE are pretty stressed out about keeping that like not too full of extra stuff.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Because it's pretty
along those lines.
complicated right now.
I think along those lines too, Liz, is that might be just a really good evergreen post that we post on our Hanford social channels is how to join the listserv, because I do some posts like that where I share some of our new waste pages, and that might be a good one to share occasionally too, is the listserv.
And I think, yes, you guys could, or Oregon Office of Energy, if you guys have social media, you could do it as well. Just a reminder. We're done. Are we done? I have another meeting.
Oh dear.
Not quite.
No, wait, are we done at 3:30?
Self-assessments, I think that's it. We do still need to talk about our committee business, including leadership workshop update and all of that. Ginger, if you've got to go though, I mean, that's
No, I can keep listening.
that's how it is. All right, can we pull up the work plan that came out of the workshop?
Oh, the workshop work plan? Yes.
What are the work plan?
Well, I had the committee work plan too.
How's that? Now I'm confused.
Did you want this? From the leadership workshop?
Yeah, the one that has like the 3 items for pick.
Right.
What is this committee work plan at which you speak?
It's the thing that looks like this.
Just the 3-month work plan, right? Or I guess it's more than 3 months.
It's more than 3 because we kept running into, but the board work plan, the proposed board work plan that came out of the leadership workshop is this thing, and it has this piece for the pick.
Thank you. Yeah, let's do the leadership workshop update since that's the next agenda item, and that'll flow into what specifically we want to plan for our next pick meeting, and how things will flow through the year. So what you're looking at now on the screen for those who for whom this is new, this is what was proposed by DOE, I think just DOE, but maybe it was all agencies, for the work plan for the pick. You'll notice it's a lot fewer items than in years past. And we've had 8 or 10 things in years past. And this is fewer things, but also more generally discussed. So for instance, Gary and I talked about this at the leadership workshop, but that item number 1, DOE/TPA communication efforts, that's a really broad category, and it involves future Hanford regional dialogues. It involves things like the Hanford Live that's happening, or communication outreach materials that they want to get input on, public meeting formats, for like all the things that we generally have been talking about as a pick. They fit within that bucket because they count as quote unquote communication efforts. So that was fine. The second one, HAB member communication efforts, similarly very broad, but I think that the idea here is kind of a look in the mirror type of topic. How is the HAB making sure that we are not only bringing information from our HAB meetings and our agency updates out to the groups that we represent, but then how are we making sure that we're collecting good input and feedback so that we can make sure, and the agencies can feel confident that the advice from the HAB is coming from more than just 30 or 40 people, that we are actually having interaction with the groups that we all represent. And it's a good point. It's one we ought to think about. It's maybe one where we can share how we all do that, and maybe share strategies for, if you're not sure the best way to communicate out and back maybe we can do some cross-pollination of efforts. So it's something that I think we ought to be talking about in this year. The third item, this is, as I was mentioning this morning, kind of the agency pull, that there does seem to be a theme that DOE is pursuing and looking for the PIC to help figure out. How do you define environmental justice stakeholders? What topics and activities are relevant to environmental justice and Hanford Cleanup Mission? And then what advice can we offer regarding, engagement strategies for equitable decision making? So there are a lot of words in here that maybe warrant some definition to begin with. What do we mean by an environmental justice stakeholder? What do we mean by diversity, which has also been, as new seats have been brought into the board, that was one of the touch words. What do we mean by equity? That is also a big, important word in the conversation right now. So before we can talk about how to apply these concepts at Hanford, I think we do first need to do some homework ourselves and maybe educate ourselves and each other what we mean by all of these terms and how they could potentially be applied at Hanford. I think that's something that we ought to begin. And I think we ought to maybe begin next meeting. Just let's get the ball rolling, because I think it could be something that we return to a few times over the year. The fourth topic was a specific ask that came out of the SSAB meeting that Steve and Shelley attended back in April, where, and I'm sure they'll give us more background to this, but basically headquarters seem to like what we brought to the table, and they want to turn the responses to charge 1, which was, what are things that your site is doing well, and what do you think your site could do better, to turn that into a bigger effort, into a white paper that involves all of the sites contributing to the same paper. I was volunteered to be the PIC's deputy in those inter-site calls. And once I figure out what exactly is being asked, I would bring that back to the PIC so that we could workshop things together, assuming that the timeline allows that. So those are the broad categories for the work plan this year. And from this, I'd like to talk about, one, what do we put on our next meeting, which is, we got to figure out when our next meeting even is. But then, is there a flow throughout the year that we can plan? So that's my update of kind of the PIC-centric parts of the leadership workshop. Dan or Liz or Tom Cecilia, you guys were all at the leadership workshop too. If you have any additional points to add, get in the queue, please. And Tom, I see that you're in the queue first.
Tom Cecilia?
Sorry, I was muted. I wasn't in the queue for a leadership workshop, but I will say that I thought that there were some really good discussions, and the work is ongoing. I think we're trying to get a draft finalized of the work plan and calendar at the end of May. So there's that. I had an idea for related to the third topic, and that is environmental justice. It would be interesting to see, once DOE headquarters has really defined environmental justice internally, to have DOE and EPA and ecology all present how their agency or their organization is viewing that term. So we can see whether there's common threads, whether they mesh with our interpretations, and suggest how we can view environmental justice at Hanford in that context. Because it's an important topic, but it means different things to different people. So maybe it could be three agency presentations followed by a roundtable, or so we can see where the overlaps are and whiteboard it.
I like that. I think the question would be when. When would the agencies internally have it sorted out well enough that they want to come out to the public and talk about what it means and what their approach to the concept is going to be?
I'm assuming it'll be fiscal year 22.
Maybe we could maybe do some groundwork ourselves ahead of that, though, sorting out kind of what are the accepted definitions, examples, key policy questions and conflicts that are happening around the nation regarding these concepts, how they might be applied at other cleanups or environmental issues around the United States. Like, we could do a little bit of kind of research book reporting for each other, just to increase our capacity in this regard and just our ability to talk about it. Because I don't know about you guys, I feel like just kind of ill-equipped to be a good speaker on any of this stuff. And having help to work through it together, I think would be good.
Jeff, this is Gary.
Hi, Gary.
I think this is also an opportunity to engage some outside groups to find out what their perspective is as well. Like we've got a person who's been nominated, and we hope to be able to get him appointed to the board, who's part of Green Latino. And that's an environmental group that would have one perspective. Of course, government agencies, such as who you and I work for, are going to have a different perspective. I think that this would be an opportunity to really open up the door and find out what it really means to people. How do we communicate that? Who do we communicate that to? I think this could be a really good opportunity to engage a lot of folks.
Yeah, I think though my original intent here, and just in the context of the tri-party agencies and the tri-party agreement, if the PIC is supposed to be working on environmental justice from a high level discussion, having the framework of here's what we think environmental justice is, from the agencies, and then we open it up to the board members, which are going to represent, by then Green Latinos could have their seat, and I would hope that they'd be on the PIC. They're welcome to be on the PIC, obviously. We would be able to have, the tribal seats speak to what environmental justice means to their entities, their nations. So it would be inclusive without having any outside conversations, because we're an inclusive board. But I think having the tri-party agencies also do their own homework within their own organizations. It's becomes more of a collaborative effort than a here's what we think you should be, when my coworker wants to go out. But here's what we think you should be, as opposed to here's what we're being told it means, and what does that mean to you? Does that make sense?
There are whole chunks of some of EPA's websites devoted to EJ. They've got a whole grant program for it. It's been a thing at EPA for decades. So there may be some resources there that Roberto can bring to bear.
Yeah, I think once we know what we're talking about, then we can kind of look at Hanford through that lens and see what facets there are to it that relate to Hanford. I mean, I think we're going to find a lot. It's just getting there, and then just identifying it. That's part of it, and then advice implies a need for some sort of change or action. I think that's a whole other, like, that's down the line. So, I mean, that's certainly open to ideas on how we approach these 4 general topics. And I think that third one is going to be the one where we can have pretty significant say in what that looks like and how we shape that conversation. And I invite people's ideas on how to make that work right. Liz?
Yeah, I was gonna say something else. So I think, I don't know if Ginger.
Oh, sorry, did I skip you, Ginger? I'm
I
sorry.
think this is first, actually.
Well, if you were going to talk about the
Well,
issue,
yeah.
you should go first because mine is not related to that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Roberto and I have actually started a email conversation about doing some kind of EJ thing, and the state of Washington actually passed a law that addresses environmental justice in the last session, and we will be getting additional staff to deal with the issue at Ecology. So I don't think it will be difficult for Roberto or I to share where our agencies are. I think looking forward that and where you guys lead, or where the HAB leads with how it affects whatever is or isn't done at Hanford. I think we need to make sure that we're using broad definitions and not just like people of color, because we have a very high population of low income poverty people that breathe Hanford traffic exhaust Monday through Friday when COVID isn't happening. And so, air quality from traffic is actually an environmental justice issue, but they're mostly white. So does that still count? Well, yes, they're poor whites. So yes, it does count. But, so it depends on the filters we use and whether we choose to acknowledge those things or not moving forward. So I'm looking forward to the conversation, and, I think whenever you guys are ready, I'm pretty sure Roberto and I will be able to discuss it. And I don't know what DOE's thing is, and of course we can wait until all 3 of us are ready.
Well, I guess, Gary, what I'd like to ask you to do maybe is float the balloon and see if we could start in August, where we get the agency perspectives, and maybe between now and August, we hand out some homework to members of the PIC to also bring some of our own perspectives as well. Bring it all to the table and then use that to help figure out the next phase of the conversation. But yeah, starting with the lay of the land would be good.
Sure, I'll see what we have. I have no idea when we're supposed to get anything, but when I get something, I'll be happy to share it.
Understood. Thanks, Gary. Liz?
Yeah, mine is more overarching on the topic of the work plan, just to which I think a lot of you were on the call yesterday, or no, this isn't news, but I had suggested that there's been some kind of back and forth tension about the work plan being like, what is the purpose of the work plan and how comprehensive does it need to be? And it should be shorter so it's not so overwhelming to the agencies. And my perspective on it was really that it needed to be a document that is, it's for the board to do work planning and to make sure we're tracking topics. It's not just specifically referencing topics that need a presentation, and then it might be helpful to have an introductory paragraph or just a disclaimer at the top that states something to that effect. And then we flagged a few topics that might be cross-cutting to other committees, including the site-wide liquid permit, which sounds like it might come out in 2022, which when it does come out, it will be a big big document for the board to handle and work on. So we want to make sure that was in there, but because of the new format, there isn't really like a cross. In the old format of the work plan, it was topics and then, you know, what committees were part of it in a column. And this was a format that Gary, to my understanding, Gary thought, you know, kind of did the first draft of and said, let's try this format. So I think it could be helpful to just have an intro paragraph that just explains that this isn't, we're not saying that the board is going to discuss every single one of these topics in the year, but that we're flagging the issues that are important to the board. And we'd like to be tracking and following them and having timely conversations when it's possible, and briefings. And then the other piece, which I just didn't track this, I apologize, is just that, and we'll probably hear about this in June again, is that Gary, if we do want a presentation for any committee, we need as much lead time as possible to get it through all the approval processes that are required now. And there's flexibility to have conversations where we don't need a formal presentation also. So just in case people didn't hear that update, it's helpful if we do know, like, oh, I really want a presentation on this topic. You can't wait to the last minute to ask for it because it takes too long to get it on the agenda. So I know some committees are looking at having a longer, kind of planning out a longer calendar to say, oh, let's map out presentations and when we want them for the whole year. And then Gary's got that list to work with and we don't run into disappointment. I don't know if that's a fair summary, but I just wanted to share that. You're muted, Jeff. I don't know if you're trying to talk to us.
Sorry, Liz. I was just remarking, well, I said thank you, but then I said, gosh, your audio is kind of garbled. Anybody else noticing that? Or is it just my speakers are garbled?
No, the connection with Liz was pretty tough at that moment.
No, I'm sorry.
It's bad.
We can hear the words you're saying, but it's just like it's through a fan.
Oh no. I don't have any. Can you hear it? Is it better now without my video?
Oh.
No, it's
like interference in your microphone or something.
It's buzzy.
Yeah.
So the next step in this work plan calendar evolution is the EIC is having a longer call meeting on Wednesday, May 26th. They were not able to totally finish the work on the work plan and the calendar at the leadership workshop. So the call on the 26th is longer than your average EIC call.
Yeah.
And the calendar, so the calendar is embedded in this document, but it's sideways. This is the non-sideways version of the current proposed calendar for FY 2022. For those of you, so the color coding, the red are board meetings. The 2-day board meetings are actually going to be moved to Wednesday, Thursday. So don't, they're Tuesday, Wednesday on this calendar. They're actually going to be moved to Wednesday, Thursday which is closer to your current habit. The single day in October is being pegged for a board orientation, a one-shot deal. The purple days are federal holidays. The blue days are committee week. You'll notice that they turned into 4-day weeks instead of 3-day weeks. And that's for the option for PIC to meet as a part of committee week, as compared to the day before full board meetings. So you notice there aren't blue dots in front of the red ones. That's that particular juggle. And the May dates, the yellow-orange combo in May, the bright yellow are the leadership workshop. The orange is the committee of the whole. My understanding is that can be a little flexible if the committee of the whole were to be Tuesday and the leadership workshop Wednesday, Thursday, but that's what that May block is. And we haven't put in the EMSSAB meetings. There'll be one in October and then one again in the spring. And the committee call placeholders are not yet on the map. Questions about the calendar?
Nope.
I am going to lobby shamelessly for placeholder committee calls to be 3 weeks before the blue weeks, so that we have a fighting chance to get your agendas out 2 weeks before committee meetings. That's not a tough thing to do except for the April committee week, but we'll figure that out.
All right. Well, we're just about out of time today. I think thinking ahead to the August meeting, since we have the time, we're here talking about it right now. If we could figure out how to start having conversations around environmental justice, diversity, inclusion, equity, all of that at that meeting, what I might do is ask for some volunteers as we're designing that meeting to bring some thoughts, some research material so that we can do some co-learning together. But that'll be down the road. I don't think we can do it right here and now. There's the EMSSAB Charge 1, which will probably be moving on by August, hopefully not already done with it. There was also a request from Tank's committee yesterday for the PIC to take up one of the recommendations from a recent Government Accountability Office report on tank closure. They had 3 recommendations, one of which was engage your public in technical conversations about tank closure to make sure that you're including them. And Tank Waste Committee really wanted to emphasize that. They wanted PIC to carry it, potentially as advice to kind of give a +1 to that GAO recommendation, but also to get kind of specific about what kind of public engagement we want. The GAO is a little bit general. We want to provide the agencies with some more specific expectations. So I think we've already gotten some topics for August, is my point. But if people have topics you want to add to the list, please let me know.
Tom, you have one last thought?
Yeah, just that the 100 BC rod should be coming out in the near future. And in the HAB advice, we requested that DOE and the National Park Service work with the PIC to come up with some potential language for talking about environmental cleanup at the national park. So it might be worth thinking about that. I'm assuming that that is addressed in DOE's response to the comment or the advice letter.
Okay. Thanks. Is there any other committee business that anybody wants to bring up at the moment? No? Well, we got some advice out the door. That's good news. We'll have something to talk about in June, which is great. Sounds like we even came up with some ideas for June. That's doubly great. So thanks everyone for giving us a long day today on top of a long week. How many of you were here all 3 days? Just, yeah.
Yeah, I
Gary,
didn't.
raising your hand. Yeah.
You don't count, Ruth. No.
Yeah, I don't
Yes,
care.
you do. You count. You count.
Give it up for Joshua, who has taken notes for 3 days straight. And next week we'll spend his week writing up your meeting summaries. So the hero here is Josh.
Well, power to you all. You know, that's a new aspect to these committee weeks too, right? We've got more meetings to get through. So thanks. Thanks for being here.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. See you later.
Take care.
Thanks a lot.
Few weeks.